belongs in a museum.
Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and desert you, never gonna make you cry, never say goodbye, never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. Oh, I think I missed the next verse. I can jump into it. Never gonna dig you up. We've known each other for so long. Your heart's been aching, but you're too shy to say it. Inside we both know what's been going on. You wouldn't get this from any other guy. I just wanna tell you how I'm feeling. Don't tell me you're too blind to see. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna look around and run around and desert you.
Surviving ants may be able to regroup and rebuild. But when they do, the pangolin will be there to destroy it all over again.
Get wrecked, ants! And, he got a photo of me in the field. Managed to get me showing off my, the white meat right there.
Yeah, again, there's not too much to show in the actual quarry itself right now, given that we just got here yesterday and started digging. And we're just approaching the bone layer again right now. But this whole area where Fisher's working and where Justin is sitting right there, we're going to be removing a lot of this to get down to the bone layer, and then once we're down in the bone layer itself, the pace changes. We start working with hand tools, going a lot more slowly, because you don't want to be using a pick or a shovel where there might be bone. You want to use smaller, more precise tools as you're working more slowly so you don't actually destroy any of the bones. Maybe a skull bone or something like that. We'd probably be working a little bit more slowly, but like, it's high priority to get this thing out of here so we can get to the more important bones underneath. And here comes the flip. Beautiful. Textbook.
A little bit of bone there, but it came out just clean. It's probably from the same, probably from your bone. Yeah.
It's very nice.
Let me get some glue and then we're good to go.
To become a paleontologist is to start working in a museum. If you have a museum near where you live, try to start working in that museum. Whether it's as a volunteer, or even a custodian, or whatever you can do to put yourself in that museum and start talking to scientists, start talking to other paleontologists. Become involved in the museum there, and that can be your fast track to a career in paleontology. That is what I started doing when I was in high school. I was, I think, 14 years old when I started working at the University of California Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley. Here I am working on, Incorrect. Oh, wait, what? I'm sorry, what? No. No. I've never seen this before. That's insane. What?
Foam. You cut the foam to the shape of the bone, or the pedestal rather, and then you mix up a bowl of plaster, you dip it in there,
Gotcha.
and with the coarse side up, you press it all over the jacket.
You said foam, and I was thinking spray foam.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, polyester.
Gotcha, yeah.
AC.
No, that makes a lot more sense.
It behaves a lot like fiberglass, but it doesn't have the risks of fiberglass.
Ugh. Yeah, I've used a lot of fiberglass in the lab before, and I don't enjoy it.
We use it here occasionally, and I don't enjoy it either.
All right. Oh, man, look at that.
I don't know how much we're going to see. Oh, there's some stuff peeking out.
Nice. We got some bone already, yeah.
Yeah, that must be part of the sacrum there.
Right over here, too?
Yeah,
a transverse process or something?
It's either float process or part of the cradle.
Okay.
This looks vertebral centrum right here, possibly. Jack says a lot of stuff, so we always find new things. All right.
Jacket or a field jacket around the fossils to safely get them out of the ground and back to the laboratory. So think of it like a protective cocoon that we put around the bones to protect them as we transport them back to the museum. So the lower jaw is in that right there.
Yeah, right.
We've got another lower jaw right here in the ground. And there it is right there.
Hurting everything.
And so hopefully tomorrow we can trench around this a little bit more. And then we put some paper towel over it. And we take some burlap strips, we soak them in plaster of Paris, stick them over the top, almost like a broken arm or broken leg. And then once that hardens over the top, you got like a nice top jacket there to protect the top of it. And then you dig around the sides. Maybe you put a side strip around, then eventually you flip it. And then you clear away the rock from the other side, and then you put plaster and burlap on the other side of it. That's plaster jacketing. Yeah, maybe I'll be showing more of that tomorrow, but
First dinosaurs would have looked kind of like little Eoraptor. You know, like you see right there. And so basically dinosaurs start right here. Everything that evolves from the ancestor of all the dinosaurs is a dinosaur by definition. So all of these creatures here, you can trace them all back to that right there. So that's why crocodiles are not dinosaurs. That's why plesiosaurs are not dinosaurs. You know, that's why critters like, you know, like Dimetrodon, like Dimetrodon right here are not dinosaurs. Because dinosaurs start right there. You know, this is called like the crown group definition of a clade. It's everything that evolved from that ancestor is one of its descendants. So all of these guys are descendants from the ancestral dinosaur. From right here.
50 or 60 days we were out in the field this summer. And hey, how's it going? Yeah.
Sorry, I'm interrupting.
Oh, you're fine. Yeah, come on in.
You were in the museum, and I never get to watch you. And
Really?
I typed in your chat and said I never get to watch you because
I saw you, Becky saw you?
Yeah,
Yes.
over the
Okay.
UK, yeah.
Yeah.
My moderator absolutely loves you, and he's on like the Mountain Time, so he gets to watch you.
Awesome.
So could I have a photo? With you?
Absolutely, yeah.
Hey, cool. Nice to meet you.
Thank you. Good to meet you too.
Is this your stream? Are you live now?
We are, yeah.
He's
yeah.
probably watching right now.
Oh, really?
I wanna
Very,
see it.
very cool.
He's probably watching.
Can we get a shout out for Becky Saif as well?
Yes, there we
Yeah.
go. Yeah. Thank you. He'll be so, like, he'll be happy and he'll be jealous, I know. But I never get to watch you because you come on at like 10 p.m.
Yeah.
in the UK.
I'm thinking about maybe doing a schedule change starting an hour. No, I like to think of stegosaurs as being kind of sprightly, graceful animals. You know? Almost kind of obnoxious with how showy they were. You look at those dorsal plates on the back. These enormous osteoderms that these animals evolved would have been even longer in life, covered by a keratinous sheath, probably really brightly colored, I would imagine. You're not going to go through the trouble of evolving enormous osteoderms like that for display without having them be brightly colored, in my opinion. So, yeah, it's probably a really garish, almost obnoxious animal. Oh, is that already a trash bucket?
It's like 2/3 trash, but we're not gonna throw it away. We're just gonna we'll check it out before we do. But
Cool.
okay. Any other container?
Like many things in nature, maybe most things in nature, it's more of a spectrum than it is like a binary, you know? Nature doesn't like binaries. That's not how nature works. You talk to any biologist, you know?
It's a key feature
Yeah.
of what makes
If there's one thing that you take away from this stream, I want it to be this. You ready? These guys right here, plesiosaurs. Here's like a mythical representation of a plesiosaur. There's Urquhart Castle behind it in Loch Ness. Plesiosaurs are not dinosaurs. Again, for those in the back, plesiosaurs are not dinosaurs. They were not dinosaurs. They never were. Plesiosaurs and dinosaurs are different animals. They are from different branches on the reptile family tree. Plesiosaurs are not dinosaurs. You got that? Plesiosaurs are not dinosaurs. There you go, Ladina. Yes.
Fossil hunting looks chill, says my shout. I don't know if that's quite the right adjective to use.
So chill. I just like dig rocks all day and eat, dude. It's just like,
It's only like 106 degrees out right now.
yeah, dude. I mean, just come out here, dude, and just like put your feet up, just chill out, and just get bones all day, dude. It's just like not that bad, dude. They look like.
Certainly wouldn't want our species to end the same way.
Harry.
Is that a Brachiosaurus sauropod?
It is indeed. And that's so cool. She says sauropod when you put the sauropod emoji in there. Oh, that makes me happy. That's really cool. Harry, this is indeed, yeah, a plastic Brachiosaurus. And, yeah. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why we're talking about sauropods today. So this just arrived on Friday, and I'm excited about it. So,
over a vast prehistoric world yet to be discovered.
oh, who are they going to talk about here, everybody? Patron saint of vertebrate paleontology? Hero to us all? Who are we going to talk about now in this? If you know, type her name into chat. Not Jack Horner. No. Yeah, and not Sir Richard Owen Javasaurus. Good guess, though. We're talking about the right time period, at least, kind of. Yeah. Yeah, Daikaiju. Mary Anning.
No one dreamed sea monsters could be real.
Stegosaurus. Stegosaurus and Ceratosaurus are, they were what we call coeval. So they lived at the same time and the same place in the Morrison biota, this kind of series of ecosystems that's preserved in the Morrison Formation. So Stegosaurus and Ceratosaurus would have encountered one another. They would have lived side by side. In fact, you could say,
And they were roommates.
Oh my god, they were roommates.
yeah, maybe not quite roommates, but they definitely like. Check this out in terms of their sounds. That's a shoe bill right there. Sounds like a heavy machine gun. That's actually the sound that bird makes. I think that's technically referred to as bill clacking. Pretty. Oh, look at those luscious lashes. Reminds me of me, you know? Yeah. Going. But yeah.
This is just the neck. So let's start here at the head. And then move down toward the body. It just keeps going. Just keeps going and going. And then the body would be under there. Holy moly. And look, like the room wasn't even long enough for the entire neck. Just keeps continuing under there. How cool is that? How cool is that? Caravan says, what a great display idea. It's really cool just being able to walk over this. It gives me a different perspective on the animal. That's like a neat bit of interactivity there. I don't think I've seen a plesiosaur displayed like this before. I think that's so cool. That's so cool. But yeah, our Apatosaurus right here. So sauropods, they tend to have pretty small heads, at least compared to their body and compared to their full length. And a big part of that is that they had long necks. You don't want to have a huge, heavy head at the end of a very long neck. Just is not going to work well. If you're going to have a long neck, Should have a nice small head at the end that'll be fairly lightweight, easy to kind of swing around. So yeah, the fact that these guys had small heads and relatively small brains was an excellent adaptation. If you've got a big, you know, a humongous brain at the end of a very long neck, you're going to have circulatory problems. It's not going to go well for you. So yeah, having a small head, small brain, is part of the recipe for success for these dinosaurs. One of the reasons why they were so remarkably successful. We've got sauropod dinosaurs from all 7 continents now, including Antarctica. And basically we have them from the beginning of the Jurassic period until the very end of the Cretaceous. They were definitely doing something right. Chet, there's a very important parts of likely a brand new dinosaur in this white blob right here. That's like a good feeling. I love that feeling, like when
Let's go, boys.
Yeah.
That was weak. Come on, man. Come on, man. That was weak. Come on, man. Hit me. Yeah, let's go.
Take a look at that.
And when somebody asks you about it, you could say, yes, this one here is a replica. The real thing I donated to a museum, or I funded its excavation. That's because of me. And they were so grateful for that that they gave me this to show off. How much cooler is that? It's the difference between being a benevolent philanthropist, making the world a better place, and being a Bond villain, you know? Like, ha ha ha, Mr. Bond. Before you die, let me show you my genuine Tyrannosaurus fossil that I am keeping away from the scientists so that no one can learn from it or appreciate it apart from me, you know? Yeah. Anyway. Now you want a replica UberWorks? Uh-oh. Let's back up. Ah! Ah! Run, run, run! Whoa! Ah! Whew. That was a close one. Oh, man.
Basically, from this time and place, so going here meant that we have a really high probability of finding potential new species of dinosaurs. And so we knew dinosaurs had come from here before, so that was a good possibility. We knew there's a lot of land, there's no plants covering it, there's a lot of rock exposed, so everything's the right age, right time, right location. And we had other people who had proven before us that fossils could come from here. And so we decided to just take it as seriously as we could, and we found a ton of stuff. This particular spot was found by a volunteer in 2021 where we found part of a skull, including a bunch of teeth and part of an upper jawbone just on the surface. And then so 2 years later, we finally have a permit that lets us come back and dig a big hole. And so what we found since then is a bunch of other skull bones from the same skull. So we started out by just picking up stuff that had fallen off the surface, and now we can dig into the ground right where it came from, and it's led us to
Skulls. It's Acrocanthosaurus up there. Beautiful. Here, will somebody make a clip for Lenina? Check it out. Acrocanthosaurus. It is a life-size cast. It looks almost like it's cast in bronze. Something's getting pulled up for the weather here. But really.
An excellent protein-packed meal. If only termites weren't quite so irritating.
Oh, insectivore problems. Anyway, that makes me so happy seeing that. Just extraordinary. See, one of, you know, basically one of my study animals up there on the screen is pretty awesome.
Sulfurian says, I'm curious, what's the most challenging part of your work that people usually don't think about?
Anything logistics, water, food.
Yeah.
Nobody anywhere thinks about that.
Yeah, just basic survival stuff out here in the field. Yeah.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. Happy Monday to one and all. I hope you had as good a weekend as I had. Hopefully not as busy. Shoot. But, kind of a busy stream today. We're going to be kind of jumping around to a few different disparate topics, but, I've been excited about this. When I saw Salamander in the chat, was excited too. If anybody's here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. So a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work almost exclusively on dinosaur fossils at this point, but I might be branching out to some other stuff soon too. So, well, yeah. You already know about some of this, but we'll be talking about that soon. Anyway, this channel, Paleontologizing, is how I do science outreach and, believe it or not, how I make my living.
It was like you go to the shoe store and they're like, maybe we have it in the back, and it was like all the fossils back there. It was pretty sick.
You know what else is pretty sick, Madam 33? Your ongoing support, 59 months.
For almost a whole year now.
Almost 59 months. That's pretty impressive. You are swiftly approaching that 1 year mark. Appreciate you, Madam 33. Thank you. It's because of loyal supporters like Matt M33 that I can do this full time. This is how I combine...
Dinosaurs developed protective armor to guard themselves from beasts like Tyrannosaurus rex.
Thank you, a Cepheid variable for the 45 months of support. Holy cow. Thank you. What was I saying? This is how I combine research and fieldwork and outreach and fundraising all together. This is how I make my living as a paleontologist, is by streaming here on Twitch. And that's made all the... Well, it's made possible by good folks like So Spartan with those 10 gift subs. And look at this lovely Tinaboo bird.
Is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Super excited about your generosity there. 10 chatters won't have to watch any ads for the next month. And, a little too excited. Uh-oh. Shoot. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Thank you.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Hogan, for those 100 bits. I'm just realizing I failed to do a sub goal. I will subtract 10 from what I was going to do. Because you just got us that much closer, Spartan. Thank you for that. There we go. What is this? Desmodus, thank you for the 26 months of support. Hey. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Ontogeny.
Good stuff.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
I'm gonna have an expensive next couple weeks without streaming. When I go to England for the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting.
Like a year or months ago, you mentioned in stream about some info about Nano's brain case being different than Tyranna's brain case in like a SVP thing. That was the
Dr.
moment
Tara.
I became Nano-truther. And look where we are now.
Look where we are now. We'll be talking about that today. And thank you, Matt M33, for gifting Fall Machine. I will subtract 11 from our sub goal. Thank you.
Matt M33 gifted a tier 1 sub to Fall Machine 1790. They have given 264 gift subs in the channel.
Excellent.
So, dinosaurs became extinct because they no longer knew how to love each other. Is that correct?
Exactly.
I keep hoping to see the fossils of my school teachers, but alas, not yet.
Mean rogue, holy cow. Thank you for the 8 months of support. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, there we go. Help feed Danny at SVP. It's already a very expensive conference, flying all the way to England. Yeah. It's going to help buy me protein bars and stuff that'll probably mostly be subsisting on. You can contribute there to the sub goal. Yeah. Anyway, welcome everybody to Paleontologizing. How far did we get through that little intro spiel? I don't know. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I work on dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature.
In all the world, there are
what I dig up during the summer.
full-time dinosaur paleontologists.
Thank you, Hogan, for the 5 gift subs there. Well, well, well. Thank you kindly,
Three
Hogan.
of them are leading
Hogan
this expedition.
698 just gifted.
Yeah.
5 subs.
Thank you, Hogan. Excellent. Look, we are well on our way to our sub goal for the week. Phenomenal. Appreciate that, Hogan. And JJ Bunny says, are those fossils on the wall real? They look so cool. They are 3D prints. So there's a juvenile Tyrannosaurus skull, or is it a Nanotyrannus skull? We'll be talking a little bit about that today. But that's mostly sculpted. This, however, is scanned from a real dinosaur skull. It is also 3D printed. That is the famous Cleveland skull. This time last week, I would have said that's a juvenile Tyrannosaurus. It might actually be what we call Nanotyrannus instead. This has been a big dispute, a big debate in paleontology since the late 1980s. Maybe mid-1980s, really. I don't know when the debate really heated up, but we'll be talking about that today. Major point of contention in dinosaur paleontology. It's almost difficult to
ontogeny
to express how big of a debate that is. Is this dinosaur, Nanotyrannus, just a juvenile Tyrannosaurus? Or is it its own thing? Is it a different species, a different genus of dinosaur? Up until last Thursday, I would have told you it's most likely a juvenile Tyrannosaurus. It's not its own thing. But, new paper just came out. And this was as I was getting ready for the Halloween stream that I promised you last week. We couldn't really talk about it then. That was the last stream of the week. And now I've got a zillion other things coming up this week, and we're just trying to squeeze this in right now. This is kind of my last opportunity to talk about this before we have to move on to other things. Things have been so incredibly busy, and we'll talk about why in a minute. But, yeah, and Weird Adult, we'll be talking about dinosaur ontogeny and about how I and a lot of dinosaur workers may have been completely wrong about Nanotyrannus and about how much ontogenetics change can explain about the differences morphologically between different dinosaur specimens. I know that sounds like a lot of jargon right there. We'll go over that in a little bit.
Try
I'll walk you
believing
through
the
it.
dinosaurs.
And thank you, Golganek, for the 100 bits there. Yeah.
Happy birthday, Nanotyrannus.
I don't know when the original Nanotyrannus paper was published. It was like Bacher and Curry, 1980 or something. I don't know what time of year it was published. But we'll see. We'll see. Anywho. Yeah. Glad it got recognized as such. Well, that's the thing. We'll be talking about this too, Alexander Morrison, because there is no, like, official cut and dry process for saying that a dinosaur is valid. It's kind of a loosey-goosey consensus kind of thing. I'll be talking a little bit today about how this is different in paleontology than in other scientific fields, like, again, I'm not an astronomer, but I think it was like the International Union of Astronomers voted on whether or not Pluto should be considered a planet or not. That was in the mid-2000s, I think. We don't have something like that in paleontology. It's much more loose. So we'll be talking about that. Yeah. Wallamai Pine. I have heard of that, Rogue. Oh, that's very cool. Nice. Yeah. Anyway, Wallamai Pine. Let's say that's one of the last surviving members of its lineage. It's pretty cool. And we did talk about what were those? Paleocene penguins, I think? Zeal 2025. We talked about that I don't know how many streams ago, but I went into detail about those guys. There was a new penguin that was just published not too long ago. Penguins are really big early on in their evolutionary history. So yeah. Anywho, pretty neat. Yeah. Some of the very few, like, oceanic dinosaurs. Like we talked about on Thursday. Anywho, before we get into the Nanotyrannus stuff, and before we get into the Vaquita stuff as well, because I'm going to be talking about the Vaquita, this incredible animal that Casey Snowart is currently on the front page promoting. This is the world's most endangered species of cetacean. The cetaceans are whales, including dolphins and porpoises. The Vaquita is one of the world's cutest animals, and there are, I would say, probably fewer than 20 that exist in the entire world. They all live in the wild. Yeah, only 10 left, says here. There is some exciting news about the Vaquita. I'll be talking about that later. And at the end of today's stream, I'll be joining Casey Snowart on her channel. Here she is right here.
Attention grabbing like that is going to attract attention. People are going to ask questions. So if you would like to help, we actually have a thank you, Zeal, for that follow. We actually have a coloring page that Julius.
Oh, very cool.
Murph. Thank you so much, Murph, for that. Holy
And there's
cow,
Murph there.
16 Oh my gosh, Victorious.
Excellent.
Just donated 25 Canadian dollars to porpoise.org.
Oh my
Porpoise
gosh, you
Conservation
guys.
Beautiful.
Society.
Just so many notifications. Anyway, if you type in !Vaquita in this channel today too, you can get a link to Casey's donate page. We're trying to raise money for Vaquita conservation. This is an incredibly cool animal. It is incredibly endangered. Again, probably fewer than 15 of these animals alive on the planet right now. They are in desperate need of our help, and the first place to start is just awareness. So we're going to be talking about this critter today. Anyhow, yeah. But yeah, we'll be talking about the Vaquita in a little bit. And, in fact, I wish all these things weren't happening suddenly all at once, because the scheduling has been a nightmare. I'm supposed to be on at 2 p.m., and that's Mountain Time? Shoot, that's now. Oh well, why don't we start off talking about the Vaquita? So that I'm not invalidating what Casey was saying there in the schedule. Let's talk about the Vaquita, and then you can get your Nanotyrannus fix later. But yeah. Let's talk about this critter.
My name is Danny Anduza.
Stop it. Okay. Sorry. There we go. Check this out.
It's really quite extraordinary. We've now been here in Mexico for 10 years. And really, the last 2 years, we've been able to work with the Mexican government in a very innovative and productive way. And the level of trust that we've established between our senior staff of Sea Shepherd and the senior staff of the Mexican Navy is echoed completely right down to the deckhands.
What they're doing is really cool, but that's not exactly what we want to talk about right now. Hang on just a second. I know Sea Shepherd as an organization, you used to have kind of a middling reputation. They've really changed things in recent years, from what I understand, having spoken with a lot of conservationists, biologists studying marine mammals, that kind of thing. They've really kind of started turning things around in a way that I think is really cool. But I want to give you an introduction to this animal, first of all, the Vaquita. Because they are incredibly cool animals. And search is just dog water. It's getting me all these unrelated things. I'm sorry this is taking so long. YouTube. I don't need 15 different videos that are about completely unrelated things before we get to vaquita stuff here. Check this out right here, I guess.
The International Whaling Organization has issued its first ever extinction alert. It says the vaquita porpoise is on the verge of extinction, with only around 10 animals still surviving. They're the world's smallest sea mammals and found here on the Mexican Pacific coast. The Commission says the species can...
And
These
Petrodactylus.
are just a few of the questions surrounding these fantastic animals.
Oh, not quite yet.
Oh boy, time to finally get the Nanotyrannus news off of the chest. LUL.
In just a little bit, Petrodactylus. We got to talk about the vaquita first. At the beginning of the stream, then we'll talk about Nanotyrannus, then we'll talk about vaquitas at the end, and I'll join Casey Snowart for a collaboration there. It's gonna be good. Yeah, Doom Guy 10. Not 10,000, not 10 million. 10 individual animals. You know? There wouldn't be enough vaquitas to field a baseball team. Or a football soccer team, for that matter. Yeah.
Still be saved if a ban on gill net fishing is fully enforced in the Gulf of California.
Yeah.
Dr. Lindsay Porter is the Vice Chair.
And so, I think because people might be not super familiar with the geography here, the Gulf of California is here. So here's where I live, in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. The Gulf of California is down here. It's part of the nation of Mexico. So here's Baja California, which is this peninsula of land that juts down to the south. And then here we have the Gulf of California, or the Sea of Cortez, depending on what you want to call it. The vaquitas live up here. This is the only place on the planet where they exist. And as far as we know, there are fewer than 20 of them, possibly as few as 10.
Chair of the Scientific Committee of the International Whaling Commission, and joins us now from Hong Kong.
This
is
very
sad
cool,
news
Emilio.
about the
Yeah.
porpoise, Lindsay. Can you tell us more about this species?
There is some slightly good news about these critters.
Thank you for having
This
us
video is
on
a
the
few
show
years
today.
old.
The porpoise, as you say,
years
is
ago.
the smallest marine mammal, the smallest cetacean in the world. It's tiny, but it is also absolutely gorgeous. They are sometimes called the panda of the sea because of their dark rimmed eyes, but they are incredibly elusive. So it makes it very challenging for us to be able to count them, to understand
And
how
they got
many
that
there
pick,
are.
yes.
But what we do know is, for the last 5 years, we've been consistently counting approximately around 10 individuals. And that is what has brought us to issue this statement, is that we are on the very brink of extinction, and we need to be able to act now to save this tiny little cetacean species.
We're seeing pictures of one of the mammals caught up. I think it must be a gill net that is caught up in. Is this the reason, Lindsay, that they've been dying over recent years? Is it illegal fishing?
Yes, it is illegal fishing, and this is the only threat that the vaquita face. So unlike other cetaceans where there may be problems from pollution or lack of prey, this is not the case with the vaquita. 100% it is bycatch in gill nets that are set illegally for an endangered fish species.
So just to clarify,
Yes. So this is the thing, is that these porpoises should not be in decline. Their numbers were steady for a long, long time. It was just these gill nets, which are illegal to use, that is catching them, and it is drowning them. These are animals that, of course, live full-time in the water. They're marine mammals, but as mammals like us, they have to come up to the surface to breathe. You can't hold them down underwater forever. They will drown. And that, I'm sure, is not a pleasant death either. That's what's killing these animals. it is illegal to use this kind of net, but there are criminal syndicates and there are local fishermen who are just trying to feed their families. They don't intend to be catching and killing these porpoises, but it continues to happen.
Gill nets at the moment are illegal?
They are illegal, yes.
But fishermen are still using them. That's part of the issue.
Fishermen are still using them. It is not their intention to catch the vaquita, to catch the porpoise. It is their intention to catch a fish species which in itself is endangered.
Yeah,
so we have
twaba.
2 endangered species being impacted by human activities here. So we must get those gill nets out of the water, not just for the vaquita, but also for the fish species that it is targeting.
And Lindsay, if there's only 10 of them left, is it possible to still save the species with so few?
Yes, we believe so at the International Whaling Commission. We have seen the number of porpoise steady over the last few years, although a very small number. But this year we had a new baby porpoise. So clearly they are still reproducing. We believe the population is resilient. And as bycatch and gill nets is the only threat, otherwise their habitat is pristine. If we remove that threat, there should be nothing to stop the population bouncing back.
Dr. Lindsay Porter,
there you
with
go.
that warning and that advice, thank you very much for joining.
The thing about, so I want to talk about a few things with regard to the vaquita. I want to talk about its natural history, what it's related to. I want to talk about why it's important to save this species. I also want to talk about how it is possible to save this species. Some people might ask, with only 10 or maybe fewer than 20 of them left, can they bounce back? Could we see them recover? I would argue yes, and many of the experts in this would also argue yes. We've done the same thing with other species. We'll talk about the California condor in a bit. And I believe there is evidence that there is enough genetic diversity within those 10 individuals that are still left, 10 or so. That they could come back. They're not doomed to extinction at this point, if we act now. We had another question, could they be relocated? The answer is no. They have one particular spot where they live. This is where they evolved. This is where they diverged from their ancestral stock. They became their own species here. That's where they're adapted to live. It doesn't seem like you could bring them to other places. And that's if you could get them to survive that journey, too, which, when a few of these porpoises were captured to try and breed them in captivity, it didn't go well. Take a look.
We've been following the plight of the critically...
No, we don't want that with computer-generated voice. Here we go. The vaquita porpoise is about to become extinct. Don't say that, CNN Tech. You said this 7 years ago, by the way, so you were wrong then, and I sure hope you're wrong now. Sure, there might be very few individuals left, but that doesn't mean that we should give up. It would be a crime to throw up our hands and give up now. And this incorrect grammar here. Sorry, I'm being nitpicky about this, but fewer than 30. If it's a countable noun, it's fewer than, not less than. CNN. This is a really slickly produced video, but the content is garbage. We're gonna watch something else. Let's see. This is from 3 years ago.
A couple of hours south of the border, beneath the surface of the Sea of Cortez, is a war for a fish referred to as the cocaine of the sea. It's so valuable, the trafficking of the fish is controlled by organized crime. In 2017, I showed you how cartels poaching this illegal fish were in the process.
The fish is not illegal. The fish is endangered. What is it with... Anyway.
Wiping out other sea life and bringing the world's smallest whale to the brink of extinction. And just 2 weeks ago, the decision of an international committee dealt a major blow to the imperiled vaquita. Before we tell you about the latest developments, we want to take you back and show you some of the story explaining what's at stake and how close we are to the end of a species. The world's smallest whale.
Yep, vaquita.
Found only in one place on Earth, the upper Gulf of California. The vaquita, the world's most endangered marine mammal. Victim to the estimated 2,000 illegal gill nets weighted below the surface of the Sea of Cortez.
Yeah.
If it can't get up to the surface to breathe, it's going to drown really quickly.
This porpoise is an unintended catch in the multi-million-dollar black market business for a fish called the tatuaba.
All they want is one part of that fish. It's called the swim bladder.
The tatuaba swim bladder is a delicacy in China. It's
actually not, though, from what I understand. I don't know. I was speaking to somebody who'd been to China and is talking about this before. Like, it's not like the swim bladder tastes particularly delicious or anything like that from this one fish. It's all just, you know, magical hocus pocus. Like, for some reason, I guess, like, criminal groups have been able to convince people that the swim bladder of this fish has some sort of magical, mystical property. Oh, it can cure cancer, or it can cure impotence, or it's an aphrodisiac, or whatever else. You know, it's just... I don't know. It's a way to make money. It's a way to bilk people out of their savings. It's a way to... I don't know. It's a scam, is what it is. And it's infuriating. Like, I almost feel like it would be slightly less maddening if at least it did have some sort of magical property or something like that, you know? But even that is a lie. You have two remarkable species of animal, the tatuaba and the vaquita, who are at risk of extinction based on a lie. Based on magical thinking, you know? It's infuriating.
thought to have medicinal powers, making it more valuable than gold.
Yeah, so... In what place does the tatuaba actually have mystical powers contained within its swim bladder?
Wow! The land of make-believe!
In the land of make-believe. Yeah. It is a form of science denial, absolutely, Rhacodactylus. And we're going to be talking about this today, too, with Nanotyrannus. We're going to be talking about what it means to actually follow evidence where it leads. And sometimes our dearly held beliefs, our hopes, our desires, the things that we desperately want to be true on an emotional basis, sometimes they're not true. As scientists, we're supposed to celebrate when something that we thought was true, something we may have held very dearly, might turn out to be false. Well, then we still get to learn something new when it's disproven, and that's worth celebrating. I'm really going to be emphasizing this point when we talk about Nanotyrannus, because it seems like I was wrong about this, and that's worth celebrating, you know? I think that's an important idea to get across, and I feel like that celebrating the truth for the truth's sake embracing reality for what it is rather than what we want it to be, I think that's extraordinarily important, and it's sometimes very, very difficult. But it's like a muscle that you have to build over time. You exercise that. You try and grow it, and it can make the world a better place. It can make your own life better on an individual level. So both on a small and large scale, respecting the truth and celebrating it, despite what it might mean for our personal emotions. It's important. It's extraordinarily important. And species are on the brink of extinction right now because people fail to do this. Yeah. Racodactylus says, yeah, I'm actually motivated to talk about anti-science grifters this week because I read an expose of a pseudoscience conservationist via the Shark Whisperer Netflix documentary. Oh boy. Interesting, Reiko. Interesting. I'd love to watch that stream, actually, if you're going to be doing that. Yeah. Reiko says, ideas are like a good coat. It's good to keep one on, but once one gets some holes in it, might be time to get a new one. That's beautiful. I like that a lot. Or at least, you know, change it, sew it up, put some patches on it, that kind of thing. I like that, yeah. Yeah, I'm being way too literal about an analogy. And Rad Candy, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. We'll be talking all about this particular dinosaur in just a little bit, but first, we're talking about this highly endangered porpoise, the vaquita. Casey Snowart is currently on the front page of Twitch right now. Friend of the channel and personal friend of mine, Casey Snowart, is talking about this critter and raising funds for its conservation. There we go. Casey sent me she gave me a print of this at TwitchCon, which is awesome.
Then I'm gonna draw somebody, and then I've got to catch up on these donos. You guys,
there's the vaquita right there.
$25 or more, you are eligible to get a sticker from me as a thank you.
Nice.
So please.
Yeah, almost 1,700 views. No, 2,042 right now. By my count. 2,061? Heck yes, she's on the front page right now.
And I'll have a list, and I'll go search you.
Raising awareness and
right, we're gonna draw.
Raising funds for vaquita conservation. So I would not be offended if you were to go watch her right now. Help get those numbers up. But yeah. Anywho, we're talking about the vaquita now too, because I promised Casey I would, and she put me on the schedule for this time. Oh yeah. But yeah. And there you go, Milo Gaillard. Need to evaluate all the evidence equally and fairly, not let our biases get in the way. That's like a true scientist. Biases can let us believe in needlessly overcomplicated, outright ridiculous, and flat-out wrong things. It's important for me to remember right now, too, when a certain pet hypothesis of mine has been, it seems, refuted by new evidence. So we'll talk about that in a bit. Yeah. Anyhow. Get back to the vaquita here.
Black market business for a fish called the tatwaba.
All they want is one part of that fish. It's called the swim bladder.
The tatwaba swim bladder is a delicacy in China. It's thought to have medicinal powers, making it more valuable than gold.
They basically cut open the fish, take that organ out, and then they discard the rest of the fish.
Each swim bladder brings poachers up to $5,000. Some, like these, are confiscated at border checks, but countless others make it through, smuggled by Mexican criminal organizations from the waters off San Felipe to China.
When the organized crime networks can make so much money off a single fish, it makes it more lucrative than drugs, and it's been called the cocaine of the sea.
San Diego marine veterinarian Dr. Cynthia Smith recently led Vaquita CPR, the largest operation ever conducted to save a marine mammal from extinction. In the joint effort between Mexico and the U.S., 90 of the world's best marine experts attempted something never before tried: to capture, protect, and when it's safe in the Gulf, release the threatened porpoise back into the sea. A mission that found them up against an armed and organized cartel, aware that the Sea Shepherd working alongside the research team was there to remove the gill nets.
These guys are really rushing into their panga. Coming on top of them now. They're doing something at the side of their boat. That's a rifle. I heard gunshots.
We were getting threats from a part of the fishing community that just didn't want us there.
Vaquita CPR continued its work, escorted by a U.S. private security team.
Oh yeah, what is that right there? You guys see those animals?
Smith and her team closed in on a female vaquita. From the time the animal was taken on board the boat,
No one's actually ever held a live vaquita.
to arriving at the vaquita CPR rescue base, her vitals were monitored. They
And she
named
was
her
very stressed out.
Esperanza, Hope. But soon it became clear she would not accept the care of humans, and the team moved quickly to release her.
Go, girl, go.
As they did, she suffered cardiac arrest.
She's circling back.
These are such delicate animals.
Come on, just give me the oxygen. Come back to me.
They can't survive in captivity, it
All
seems.
efforts to save her failed.
Just the stress of being in captivity like
Devastating
that is
blow
too
to
much.
the hope of protecting the animal from certain death in the wild.
So this is the thing, is that they were trying to use the Condor playbook here. And we'll talk in a little bit about that animal, because I think there are some important parallels here. But even doing the very best they could to acclimate this animal to life in captivity, to try and start a captive breeding program, it just didn't work. These animals are just too easily stressed.
Fishing season in the Gulf started in January. It runs through May.
We tried to buy them more time, but it just didn't work. Our only hope now is to eradicate the threat. And if we don't, it will not only be the end of the vaquita, but the entire Sea of Cortez.
Earlier this month, an international committee gave the green light for farming and trade of captive bred Totoaba, and in doing so may have condemned the last few remaining vaquita to extinction.
I'm not willing to give up yet.
Cites, the
And I hope you're
Committee
not
on
either.
International Trade in Endangered Species voted to allow a Mexican aqua farming company to trade farm Totoaba, despite efforts by the U.S. and Israel to reject the application. This now opens the international trade of Totoaba for the first time in almost 50 years. Andrea Crosto, the founder and executive director of Earth League International, who has fought the illegal fishing of Totoaba for 7 years, tells me this not only complicates enforcement of poached Totoaba in the Sea of Cortez, but it will also increase demand for the wild fish and seal the fate of the vaquita.
This is the final nail on the coffin of the vaquita. So only 8-10 individuals are left in the wild in the Sea of Cortez. So we're really talking about the very, very last vaquitas on Earth. And apparently the Mexican government and the fishing industry in Mexico want the vaquita extinct. It would be easier for everyone.
During this past year, the Mexican government also lifted the fishing ban in the vaquita refuge, but the Sea Shepherd continues the fight at sea.
3 years ago.
Earth League International is now the only organization on land trying to fight Totoaba poaching by targeting the traffickers themselves. While Crosto's organization is gathering information and providing it to law enforcement, he says traffickers continue to make millions. He calls the
I know this.
certain fate of the vaquita an epic failure of conservation on the backs of both public and non-governmental organizations.
We put more.
This is very doom and gloom. Again, keep in mind, this is from 3 years ago. There is some good news here that I'm going to share in a moment. I don't agree with the overtly pessimistic outlook here. There is time to save these animals. I understand this is something that I deal with a lot when I'm talking with other scientists. We're used to disappointment, especially nowadays. We're used to funding being cut. We're used to public distrust of science. You know, anti-science, pseudoscience stuff just spreads like wildfire online, and it can sometimes be almost cathartic to just say, well, you know, the world is going to hell in a handbasket, and we're just gonna throw up my hands. I'm just not gonna worry about it anymore, you know? Just today, I was talking with a fellow researcher and talking about the vaquita, and he's like, yep, that's so sad. They're goners. No chance. And I understand that impulse to say that on a certain level. You know, it can be... Oh, hang on a second. Holy cow, Cup of Kathy, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. We're talking about kind of a somber topic right now, but we'll get to Nanotyrannus in a bit. Try my best to tie these two topics together. We're talking about the vaquita porpoise and its conservation right now. It was chill. Great to hear it, Cup of Kathy. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. Hey. It's good to have you here, everybody. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and,
when dinosaurs ruled the earth.
I do fossil science here on Twitch. Do science outreach full-time.
First armored tank, you might say.
Ava Quos.
That trunk is completely
and
covered
Kuro
with
Blue,
thin,
thank you for the
bony
follows. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's wonderful to have you here. Shoot, let me play a quick little video to introduce you to what I'm all about here. Hello, hello, Claney and Anelaclat. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thank you for the follows. This is what I'm all about.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers.
25 feet long.
Thank you,
weighing
thank you.
4 tons. A versatile sort of chap.
Kathy, for the 6 months of support.
But very few
Prime there. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, thank you.
And white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and... What? Mini Pie. Sorry, she hit my keyboard and pressed like a hotkey to end the video. Anyway, it was almost over. There was a couple seconds left. How are you doing, Minnie? This is one of my landlords here. This is Mini Pie. When I'm not out in the field digging up fossils live on stream, I'm here in my office going over new scientific papers, interviewing other paleontologists remotely, doing 3D printing. These are 3D prints that I use for teaching purposes here. And just doing a ton of Q&A, trying to give you an inside peek into how paleontology really works. But in order to do that, you know, I need to have a place to live and make sure that I pay the landlord here. Huh, Mini Pie? Yeah, of course. Oh, Mini Pie. Would you? Yeah. Oh, and thank you. Tiberius for the 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Hivarius really wants ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
Ivarius, thank you for that. Excellent. Yeah. Here. Oh yeah. Let's get some treats for you.
But when you find something like this, it may be something that's never been seen.
And thank you, Vale, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Ooh, what are these? Dental treats? Ooh, good stuff. Yeah. Excellent. Beautiful. Nice. Anyway, it's really good to have everybody here. We're going to be talking about Nanotyrannus in a little bit. This dinosaur that I did not think was valid at this point last week. What a difference a new publication can make. We'll be talking about, well, it seems I was probably wrong about this. And we'll talk about the importance of admitting when you're wrong in science and how that's something that should be celebrated because, after all, it means we're learning something new. But first, we're talking about the vaquita porpoise. Casey Snowart, friend of the channel, is currently on the front page talking about vaquita conservation. Yeah. Can I get to my keyboard here? You left so many crumbs on the desk. Look at all this. Look at that. That's all edible there. She's like, gross, it's covered in cat saliva. Oh, wow. Before we get to Nanotyrannus, we're going to talk about this critter a bit. In fact, we have been talking about it. There are probably fewer than 20 of these animals left in the entire world. It is the world's smallest and most endangered cetacean. Cetaceans are whales, including dolphins and porpoises. They are incredibly cute animals. I would say they're probably the cutest of the cetaceans. And they are in desperate need of our help right now. So if you type in !vaquita, like it says in the title, into the chat, you can get a donation link, or you can at least check on where we're at in our Vaquita fundraiser. Here's Casey, who's on the front page right now. 1,200 viewers.
I have a video of the new calf. You guys want to see that? And then I'll show you the 3D print of Vaquita. I'm very behind. We are going to do a sticker giveaway because you guys...
I made that 3D print for Casey, so she could carry around at TwitchCon.
At every even-numbered hype level. And then if we hit 5, I will do a sticker sheet giveaway.
Anyway, let's see where we're at in terms of charity here. I already donated $50. And holy cow! $17.60 out of 1,000. That is brilliant. Phenomenal. That's so good to hear. Holy cow. Anyway, let's talk a little bit more about this critter. Then we'll talk about Nanotyrannus. And then later on, we'll switch gears, talk about the Vaquita again. I'm going to join Casey on her channel, do a little collaborative thing, and it should be a lot of fun. And did you two get a name for the printed Vaquita? Says Claire Burr. I was going to call it Bessie, which I thought was funny because it sounds like a name for a cow, and the name Vaquita means little cow.
Are put together correctly, the bones. You're smart. What do you think?
Do a research on that, Oliver.
Advent Samurai, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Yeah, a couple weeks ago, I started putting this together. So this is a 3D printed Vaquita. This is life size. They really are that small. This would not be a particularly big Vaquita. It'd be on the smaller side, but managed to paint it and put some smoothing compound on it to get it to this state, and then handed it off to Casey. She painted on the eyes and the face. So yeah, they're so tiny. When I said world's smallest whale, I wasn't kidding, Ivarius. Yeah. There's me with the Vaquita at TwitchCon there. And then here's me and Casey holding it. I wanted to give Casey something that she could carry around the whole time at TwitchCon and just constantly have conversations with people. So Casey Snowart, congrats to her. She recently became a Twitch partner. So her partner push was successful. And the goal was to be able to get on the front page, to be able to talk about the Vaquita. That was her primary reason for wanting to become partner in the first place. And she got it. So she's on the front page right now, so huge congrats to Casey. That is a big deal. Yeah. But yeah. I'm really proud of how this turned out. I wish I had more time to prepare for a Vaquita stream myself, but things have been incredibly busy lately. I haven't even had a chance to talk about, my SVP poster that I spent several days putting together, and my whale watching trip that I got to go on yesterday with Ios and Lordy. This is a birthday present for them. I haven't even touched this yet, because it's just, we're hitting the ground running, talking about the Vaquita. So yeah. Besito. Oh, I like that, Reiko. Anywho, yeah. So let's get into the news about the Vaquita, because we do have some good news here. Check it out.
It's a miracle, these survivors that are here, to see them and find them and get to see them, the mothers and calves swimming in the Northern Gulf. But seeing all the places that they are no longer in the Gulf is a sad thing. Conservation is not entirely about doing science with the animals. It's mainly about changing human behavior.
So, the AP didn't do a great job of highlighting this, but there is a mother and a calf there. Despite being probably fewer than 15 in number, the Vaquitas are breeding. And if given a chance, if not caught and killed by these illegal gill nets, there is hope that their population could recover. Just like Pengo Ray says, the black robin of New Zealand recovered from a population of just 5. There you go. We're double that already, with the Vaquita. Check this out.
The 2005 population survey of the Vaquita porpoise in the Sea of Cortez began in May with underwater microphones and...
Did they say 2005? It's 2025. Hang on. We're just continual failures by news stations. It's kind of a theme in today's broadcast.
The 2005 population survey.
2025. This video came out 2 days ago. 2 words into the video, and they've already pooched it. Oh boy. Anyway.
The Vaquita porpoise in the Sea of Cortez began in May with underwater microphones and ended in September with 2 ships equipped with huge binoculars. The annual effort is sponsored by the Sea Shepherd Conservation Society.
For the 3rd year, we also hosted training of local youths who, on good weather days, were run out to work with the team.
Claire says, "Why is he yelling at us?" I don't think he's very good at his job. I'm just gonna call him like I see him. Sorry, whoever is narrating this right now.
By Ponga.
The weather was a problem this year. You can only spot the shy vaquita when the seas are calm and the wind is low. But on September 23rd, the crew exploded with joy when they spotted a mother and her 1-year-old calf.
I'd like to introduce you to Frida. She is the
Andrew, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. It's so rare for the press not to get something wrong. Yeah. I need to reply to your email, Andrew. I hope there's still time for me to do a little write-up for your SVP poster. That's paleontologist Andrew Milner there in the chat, curator of the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum. How you doing, Andrew? You as excited for SVP as I am? Here, I'll show you my poster.
Murph gifted a tier 1 sub to you, Brontes.
Thank you, Murph. Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you. And I finished my my SVP poster and ordered it this morning. I needed to get it done extra early because I'm going to be attending a pre-meeting field trip in the UK. So I'm leaving on Friday. But yeah, I'll show you the actual image. That was based on an internet meme. Just threw it into there. It's an internet meme, like a baby boomer or something. Here we go. Poster. There we are. Brilliant. Yeah. Finishing yours. Very nice, Dyson Dinosaur. Excellent. So I'm printing mine on fabric, so I had to order it. So I had to get it done a little bit early. But it should be here Wednesday, I'm hoping. But yeah, here's my SVP poster. I had to start from scratch. I couldn't use my template from previous years because it's vertical format. Apparently this is a thing that happens in Europe. A lot of scientific conferences use vertical format. So I had to start from scratch, but there's my poster. Thank you, Filippo. I appreciate that. Yeah. Anywho. Andrew says I'm not ready to show off my poster yet. Is there still time for me to contribute a little blurb about my outreach? You don't like the vertical format? It's challenging, Andrew. It's challenging. And do I have a link to the poster? Not yet, Chris TS. But I will have one soonish, I think. I think I can make that public. Yeah. But yeah. Anywho. I need to contact the company that prints these, whom I really like. See if they'd be interested in maybe doing an SVP sponsorship next year. And maybe I could do a sponsored stream with them or something. Rogue says Europe has less available space. You're not wrong. Yeah. Huh. Anyway, it's good to see you, Andrew. I'm excited to see you in Birmingham. By the way, I should use this opportunity to update my schedule here. Calendar. There we go. Oh, and we are now done with October, so I can delete this part. There we go. We're into November. Holy cow. So, Nanotyrannus and Vaquita today. Interviewing Filippo Bertoso, Dyson Dinosaur, tomorrow. And then it looks like I'm going to do an interview with Paul Sereno on Wednesday. And I think... Whoop. Nope. I think I can actually do a stream on Thursday. I'm leaving a little bit later than I was expecting. Whoop. So hang on a minute, sweetie pie. I know you're waiting for treats here. plus Thursday Birds Day. It'll be good to get a Thursday Birds Day out of the way. Because we didn't do one last week, and I don't want there to be too much of a backlog. 3 across, 2 up. 2 up. There we go. Excellent. So yeah, we will be doing a stream on Thursday. It's going to be a full week of streaming. So, excited about that. Yeah. Anywho. Oh, and Filippo and Andrew should let you know something that I found out.
I do call myself an expert in dinosaur studies.
Mooncloud, thank you for the 6 months of support. I really appreciate
Hi,
that.
Wave.
Are you becoming an expert there? So I just heard this from Scott Williams this morning, I think. The SVP charity auction has been canceled this year. I'd already spent probably a dozen hours working on some 3D prints that I could donate this year to the auction. So yeah, it's being canceled because I guess like Trump tariffs on the UK or something like that. Yeah, it is sad. But Scott said we're gonna try and go really big with the auction for next year to make up for it. But yeah, for anybody who's not familiar, the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, we have a meeting every year. And then at this meeting, we have a charity auction where people will bring various things and they'll donate them to the auction. They get auctioned off, and all of the proceeds go towards supporting the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. I forget exactly what. I don't think it goes into the general fund. It might be like student awards. The money goes toward people who need it, you know? It's not just a slush fund kind of deal. And I had some really cool stuff for this year. Well, let me show off some of it. No Europeans will be there next year at this point? We'll see, Filippo. Shoot. You know, I don't know. A lot could change in a year. One can always hope. We can let Sweetie Pie be our Vanna White here. And help show these off, Sweetie Pie? Yeah? Look at what we've got. A Megalosaurus lower jaw. Look at that. None of these are painted yet, but I put a special nozzle on the printer to print everything in really fine detail. It's a 0.25 millimeter nozzle, down from my normal 0.8 millimeter nozzle, so much more finely detailed. An Eoraptor skull. This one's not finished yet. I haven't removed the... I was going to bring all these things. I was so excited. A Nanotyrannus claw. Yeah, how cool is that? Sweetie Pie's like, none of these are treats. An Iguanodon thumb spike. Nanotyrannus. Premax, maxilla, and denary there. Yeah. No, that's Nanotyrannus, not Utahraptor, Claire. Yeah. And then the Thing de Resistance. A giant Tuatara skull. I printed this about 3.5... I think it's 388% size, so like way bigger than life, but I thought it would be really neat. So... yeah, and given that this is... Rhynchocephalians like this are, it's in the logo for the meeting this year. I thought this was perfect, you know? I was hoping this would fetch a couple $100 for SVP, and, it'll have to be next year, I guess. Yeah. I was really excited about this too. In fact, I needed to email the folks at Oxford to ask if it was okay to put this in the auction, because they sent me the files for this special, and I promised them that I wouldn't be using it for commercial purposes. I hope that the SVP auction isn't considered commercial purposes. But I was going to paint this all up just like the original one. This is the original Megalosaurus lower jaw. We'll talk about this more on Thursday, I think. But this was basically the first ever described piece of a dinosaur. Megalosaurus was the first dinosaur to be scientifically named back in 1824. That's 201 years ago now. And this is... It's a remarkable piece of dinosaur paleontology history. And I know somebody would love to be able to purchase this, but anyway. Next year, hopefully. Next year. Anyway, I feel like I can breathe easy to a certain extent because my poster is... hopefully it'll arrive the day after tomorrow. The place that I use does really, really excellent fabric posters. Be able to fold it up into my bag. Won't have to carry a poster tube on the plane. And it's like free one-day shipping, which is phenomenal. Anyway, yeah, looks really good. Thank you, Andrew. Let me know if you want one of these for the museum. I think I could make that happen. In fact, I could maybe paint this one up if you'd be interested in that. Yes? Okay. Great. Well, I don't know if I'll have time to paint it before the meeting, but next time I see you, I'll see if I can bring you one. Maybe I'll just mail it. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah. Let's get back to the vaquita here. Here, we'll go back to the beginning of this video. We're going to shift gears and get back to talking about this incredible endangered porpoise. Again, Casey is on the front page of Twitch right now. She's got hopefully over 1,000 viewers. Let's see. Oh, and Andrew, by the way, Casey said that on her trip out to California for TwitchCon,
I don't know why it would say that, but let's just.
That she met you, right?
Is that better? Hold on. Please make
She was like, yeah, I had to stop by the museum in St. George because I'd seen it on streams earlier in the year. And I'm like, did you happen to see Andrew? She's like, yeah, he took me on a tour of the lab and everything. Casey's great.
Is that better? You guys, why is my stream breaking?
Wait, a good chat? That's excellent. That makes me so happy. Holy cow. Yeah.
And see, is it fixed? Okay.
Two people I have tremendous respect for.
Should not be that high. The donation goal should only be
Meeting each other because of me to a certain extent. That's so cool. Yeah.
What is happening? Oh wait, did you guys?
Anyway, so let's check out the link. Somebody pull up the. She hit 2K. Excellent. Yeah. It's a lot of viewers. She's on the front page right now. Raising awareness and funds for this remarkable endangered porpoise, the vaquita. What are we at right now for fundraising? $2,000 raised out of $2,500. That's Canadian dollars because the Porpoise Conservation Society is based in Canada. In a proper civilized country, unlike the one I live in right now. Don't get me started. Anywho, yeah. If you are interested in donating to help save the vaquita, we're trying to do that right now. So use that link in the chat. Check it periodically, and if you are so moved, consider donating. Every dollar helps for this kind of thing. So, anyway, let's talk about the vaquita.
The 2005 population survey of the vaquita porpoise in the Sea of Cortez began in May with underwater microphones and ended in September with 2 ships equipped with huge binoculars. The annual effort is sponsored by the Sea Shepherd
And we're going to talk about that one guy. How many individuals is too few for a population to recover? 1 is probably too few. 10
this is really
might
not
still
what
be possible.
paleontology is like.
And Crollo, hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah, Acme binoculars. I know, right? But these are, it's like what you'd have in a naval ship. Yeah, excellent optics here. A little too heavy for, you know, bird watching or casual whale watching, but when you're trying to do a population survey of vaquita, this is what you need.
Conservation Society.
For the third year, we also hosted training of local youths who, on good weather days, were run out to work with the team by Panga.
The weather was a problem this year. You can only spot the shy vaquita when the seas are calm and the wind is low. But on September 23rd, the crew exploded with joy when they spotted a mother and her 1-year-old calf.
I'd like
so they are breeding.
To, Frida. She is the vaquita that you see with the bent dorsal fin. And there you can see her with her calf. And if you take a close look at her when she turns on her side here, you can see she might have another calf in her ready for next year. So that's very exciting news.
In 2000,
Reiko says, to the question of how few is too few, what was the population of the California condor at its lowest point before its recovery? We'll talk about that in a little bit. I think it was fewer than 30. The vaquita, that population is probably about half of this, but from conversations that I've had with conservation biologists, people who study whales, this might be sufficient, you know? What we have to do is focus on keeping them from drowning in these gill nets, these illegal gill nets, to start with. Once we can do that, then they can start to recover in numbers. And here's the thing, too, is that since these are animals that reproduce fairly slowly, like maybe one offspring every few years, we got to think about this in terms of time as well. And when we're thinking about this sort of thing in terms of time, like this is a years-long process. Who knows? Maybe in a few years, with the proper funding and the proper resources, it might be possible to artificially, by technological means, increase their genetic diversity. Who knows? So far, these critters are not amenable to living in captivity. That's what people said for the condor, too, originally. It's, if their population can get up to a point where you could maybe start thinking about bringing them into captivity for breeding, maybe you could do like a frozen zoo style approach to increasing their genetic diversity. I don't know. I'm not a geneticist. Somebody like Balint or Lita would be good people to talk to about this. Science streams. So yeah. And Game Over says, isn't the minimum population size like 500 to save it? No. No, absolutely not. It's probably like 4? 500. There are certain species of animal where like their natural population size is like 500. If they're highly endemic, they're restricted to a very particular small habitat. 500 might be a healthy population size, and they might never exceed that. When we're talking about things like desert pupfish, like at Devil's Hole in California, or we're talking about the population of humpback whales in the Arabian Sea, there's just not enough space or resources to support that many individuals to start with. 500 might be their ceiling, you know? So yeah. I would caution against doomerism here. Have anybody saying, well, you know, if there's fewer than 500, then they're doomed to extinction. That is flat out wrong. Don't fall into that trap, you know? So yeah. Let's continue our video here.
2023, the survey estimated a population of 8 to 12 vaquita. In 2024, it dropped to between 6 and 8. but this year a slight increase, 7 to 10.
Anonymous Pillbug.
There's a dinosaur.
Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
And vaquitas. Sea Shepherd believes they actually saw 2 calves during September, giving the executive director hope that the species could be making a comeback from the brink of extinction.
So I don't think they actually photographed the second calf, but there's a bunch of people who swear that they saw it. So, again, in science, anecdotal evidence is almost an oxymoron, you know? Like, if we don't have data to back it up, might as well not exist. But when we're talking about something like this, it is reason for hope, at least, even if it wasn't documented, you know? Yeah.
We were able to see them at plain sight. No binoculars, just with our eyes. It was a magical moment.
Mexican authorities have installed underwater hooks to grab gillnets in the no fishing zone off San Felipe. The tiny vaquita porpoises.
And Rogue Orsinius' second calf is unborn, just a bump? No, the second calf was a calf. They're saying that they have one calf who was documented, a second one who was not documented yet, and then they have photographic evidence of the mother, Frida, I think, who appears to be pregnant, although that's difficult to verify. Yeah.
Can get tangled in.
I think that's the idea, right?
Yeah. Shepherd believes they actually saw 2 calves during September, giving the executive director.
See? Yeah.
Off San Felipe. The tiny vaquita porpoises can get tangled in the nets and drown.
We saw no gill netting at all in September. And we wanted to let everyone know how appreciative we are.
And that is huge, too. I don't know why this isn't being reported on more. They saw 0 gill nets within the protective range of the vaquita. That is huge, you know? That's a huge deal. That is absolutely worthy of celebration. That is phenomenal, because without the gill nets, then they can start to recover, you know? So that's incredibly exciting. Very exciting.
You may recall back in 2017, there was an effort by a group of San Diego scientists to capture and breed the vaquita in the Sea of Cortez. That project was abandoned, however, after one of the captured females died. On Shelter Island, David Gottfredson, CBS 8.
There we go. That's really exciting. Again, this news was just announced a few days ago. Reason for hope. And Petrodactylus says, could that be used as proof, too, that without the gillnets, the vaquita should recover? It could be used as evidence in that direction, certainly. Yeah. And I bet you there are scientific papers being written right now about this, given those new findings. So, it's exciting. And as a little bit of... Well, here, let me make sure that landlord here is paid sufficiently. Don't want to get evicted here. But we'll talk about the California condor as a conservation success story as well in just a moment. But first, here, let's get some food for a minute. You want some more treats? What's this up here? Those. Put these back. Unless you want to eat them now. Look at that. What are you doing? You're dropping pieces. Eat those. Good. Look at all these crumbs. Good, you're eating the crumbs. Excellent. What's this? Oh, mini pie. Oh, mini pie. Anywho, let's talk about the condor. California condor. And how this critter is brought back from the brink of extinction thanks to the hard work, dedication, and funding from some good people.
California condors are iconic. With a wingspan of 3 meters and claims of them managing a foot longer than that, they have the largest wingspan of any North American bird, and at up to 31 pounds, they're also the second heaviest. They're one of the longest lived birds on the planet, with a lifespan of 60 years and have been recorded flying 200 miles in a single day. But in keeping with their life of extremes,
I bet most of you can't fly
flying 200 miles.
200 miles in a single day, at least not under your own power. I'll be flying a lot further than this on Friday, all the way to the UK, but it's not going to be using my own wings. I can tell you that.
In a single day. But in keeping with their life of extremes, they were also taken right to the very brink of extinction, with only 27 individual birds being alive when they went extinct in the wild.
27! Nuts. Yeah. So not that many, like, a little over twice as many as the vaquita right now. And I'm also not sure how many of those birds died during this conservation process. Like, I think there were some missteps toward the beginning. I'm not sure all of those 27 actually made it into captivity alive, you know?
Wild. This is a story like no other. So let's take a look at the conservation of the condor. California condors feast on the dead. In this case, mostly medium to large mammals that have been dead for 2 to 3 days, so they're nice and easy to tear into. Their feeding habits may seem grim to us, but they're exactly what makes them crucial to their ecosystems. Without this cleanup crew, carcasses would cause all sorts of problems. Anything left to rot would provide the perfect environment for deadly pathogens to multiply, giving rise to diseases like anthrax or salmonellosis. Any animals that consumed that infected flesh would hence become carriers themselves, and any water systems near the body could get contaminated too. That's why we've set up multiple projects to help other vulture species, from GPS tagging griffon vultures in Portugal to building a vulture restaurant in Namibia, with the hopes of getting 3 locally extinct species to return. If condors. The population of California...
So it just skipped over an ad there real quick, but that's okay. Yeah, and Mikey likes his re-upping this. I remember as a kid when they said the California condor was down to like 10 nesting pairs, and they were doomed, and they'd try a captive breeding program, but it would almost certainly fail. And now there are hundreds of them. Exactly. People talked about how, oh, this is folly. We should just let the condor go extinct with grace, you know? And I think that is completely the wrong idea to have. I mean, this is a species that it was because of human beings that they were on the brink of extinction. For decades, people had shot them on sight because ranchers thought that they killed their cattle. When they saw a condor feeding on a dead cow, they're like, oh, that bird killed my cow. I'm not kidding. Like, this is literally what ranchers would do. Gold miners would shoot them on sight because their feathers had that big central shaft in it, what we call the rachis. And gold miners found that to be a really convenient spot to store gold. Gold dust would fit into that, and they could put a little cork in it.
Never found complete. They're always missing bones,
And written, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Yeah, and then condors were also suffering from DDT poisoning, from lead poisoning, from intentional poisoning of animals like coyotes and mountain lions. They were just beset on all sides. Human beings just literally trying to wipe them out. I think at one point there was actually a bounty placed on California condors by some cities and counties within California. Where they're like, yeah, if you see these birds, kill them immediately, on sight. And then in the 1970s and 1980s, they were this close to total annihilation, complete extinction. And a lot of folks said, well, you know, they're that close, just let them die out with dignity. Dignity. When they were forced to that point by human beings. I don't call that dignified. That's not a natural death. That's a murder, you know? If you can prevent that, then you should. And it's the same situation with the vaquita, in my opinion. Anyway, the condor is a marvelous success story. It shows what we can do as human beings when we band together and really work hard to save a species. It's possible. Even though a lot of folks said it wasn't, we did it. Or rather, we're doing it. It's an ongoing process. Condors are still recovering. They're not out of the woods yet. But they have a much brighter future than they did back when they had their population nadir at just 27 individuals.
Condors around the 19th century is not known, but they were certainly abundant and are estimated to have numbered in the tens of thousands. Back then they ranged all the way from British Columbia in Canada to Baja California in Mexico. But as you can imagine, this didn't last.
Mikey Lake says, I saw California condors soaring on evening thermals in the Grand Canyon National Park. 100 or more of them. That's incredible. That many? Really? I couldn't stop crying. I'm not a particularly religious man, but that moment, I thought I could feel the presence of God. That's beautiful. And that's not an uncommon feeling there. Josh Lively, whom we were digging with just a few weeks ago in Utah. Let me find those streams with Josh here. Here's me and Josh talking about marine reptiles.
200 million years.
Right.
And
So, Josh is a big-time birder. He apparently posts to eBird like every single day. I don't think he's missed a day in like 7 years or something like that. He's a big-time birder. You might not imagine that upon having met him, but he's really into birds. He said that when he was at... is it Bryce Canyon? He saw some California condors. He was having lunch with some friends, I think, at like, just outside having lunch with some friends. And he sees some condors, and his friends are like, why are you, after they spotted them, they're like, are you okay? Why are you crying? He didn't even realize that he was. It's just a transcendent experience to see an animal like that. All those chickens. MCP, thank you for the 6 months of support. Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. It's good to have you here. Thanks for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. Yeah. Anywho. Let's continue.
There are a lot of superstitions tied to vultures. Many cultures closely associate them with death, disease and misery, with a common belief being that seeing vultures circling overhead meant danger or death was ahead on your journey. All of that is to say they weren't exactly beloved, and California condors and other vulture species alike were often shot on sight or intentionally poisoned. This certainly didn't help, but it wasn't what toppled this giant. As California condors feed on dead animals, that leaves them extra vulnerable to accidental poisoning. Carcasses shot by hunters often led to lead poisoning because of the lead ammunition used. Strychnine was used a lot by European settlers to kill off predators like wolves and grizzly bears, which again, by extension, meant any vultures that had a nibble would be poisoned too.
Millions of insects constitute an important part of our foes, in their way as militant as the Axis.
The final nail in the coffin can be attributed to an insecticide called DDT. The damage this chemical has caused to the world is incalculable. In the right conditions it can have a soil half-life of 30 years and an aquatic half-life of 150 years. It's also lipophilic, meaning it's able to dissolve in fats, oils and lipids, and can easily bioaccumulate, meaning it builds up in an organism over time.
So bioaccumulation is like when, say that there's a bunch of insects who are poisoned by DDT, and then, you know, like a songbird eats a bunch of those insects. All that DDT is accumulating in that songbird, and then say that there's a bird of prey like a peregrine falcon and catches multiple of those songbirds, all of their DDT gets accumulated into that bird of prey. It bioaccumulates. It accumulates in biological organisms. Does that make sense?
Thanks to those properties, DDT also biomagnifies, which means that the concentration of the toxin increases as you move higher up the food chain, which, as you can imagine, leads us back to the condor. While DDT isn't fatal for a contaminated condor, it does lead to the thinning of bird eggs, which causes them to more frequently break before hatching. This obviously isn't good for any birds, but the female California condor reaches sexual maturity at 6 years old, and only lays a single egg every other year.
Yep, so they reproduce very slowly. So if there's one egg that they lay every 2 years, and that one egg breaks every 2 years because of DDT poisoning, you can imagine what that would do to their numbers, you know?
The increased risk of that bird not reaching maturity, combined with the chances of that single egg breaking, proved to be devastating. By 1967, only 60 California condor were left in the wild.
And at this point, some people were already saying, oh, well, there's only 60 of them left. They'll be extinct soon. Just forget about them. You know, don't worry about it. They're a lost cause. Worry about other things. People were already saying that in the 60s. Yeah. And Silvotrode says, are these guys studied? Like, what, they don't get sick when most likely eating bacterial toxins and whatnot? I think that has been studied in various kinds of New World and Old World vultures, and I'm not really sure what the answer is. Again, I'm not an expert in this kind of thing. Yeah.
They were listed as an endangered species, and in 1975, the first recovery plan was set up. This wasn't enough, and numbers continued to decline. Eventually, the call was made to catch all of the remaining wild California condors and add them to the breeding program.
And this was... People saw this as insane at the time. They're like, this is complete folly. You can't capture all of them and breed them in captivity. Like, for one, you're making them extinct in the wild. Because we have... Here. IUCN status. So, least concern are critters that are really common. Then you have not threatened, which are, they're doing well. Vulnerable is like, uh-oh, these animals are decreasing in number. Endangered is they're decreasing in number, and we think that they're at serious risk of extinction. CR means critically endangered. This means that there's only a few individuals left. They are at severe risk of extinction. Then you have EW. This means extinct in the wild. This means that you might still have some in zoos or in other forms of captivity like that. But this is basically just on the precipice of complete extinction. So extinct in the wild, again, means that there's none left in the wild. So condors, in doing this conservation program, this honestly rather like, it seemed like kind of a harebrained scheme at the time. It was a desperate attempt to save these animals. And in the process, condors were intentionally taken from critically endangered to extinct in the wild. They captured every single last one from the wild. Again, I want to emphasize how crazy that is. But it worked. It worked. The reason why we have wild condors today is because of this program. They were just a few years from total extinction. So sometimes drastic measures need to be taken. Sometimes that's the correct path forward. It certainly was for the condor.
In 1987, Condor AC9 was brought in, making the species extinct in the wild.
Yeah,
the
nuts.
Active population was just 27 individuals.
I mean, think about that. This isn't just the captive population. As far as I know, they got every single last individual from the wild. So this is 27 individual birds on the planet. Only 27 of them still alive anywhere in the world. Every single last one was captured. So yeah. Did Bunny says, how would this work with the vaquita, for example? Because if we've seen they don't like captivity, well, that's the thing, is that you don't have to put them in captivity. since they already live in such a restricted environment, the vaquita are right up there in the elbow of the Sea of Cortez, the Gulf of California. Here we go. So they basically just live right here in that little elbow right there. That's where the only surviving ones are. Which, you might say, well, shoot, they're up against a corner, you know? Where are they going to go? Well, if you think about it from another perspective, if you can just prevent fishing right here, or ensure that there's not the kind of fishing that can kill vaquita, if you can just protect this one area, you can let them grow in number. So that's not an elbow, that's an... I prefer to say elbow, the interior part of the elbow diatoms, because there's not as bad a, you know, doesn't have the negative connotation that armpit does, you know. But yeah. And Notcher says, how can we ban fishing worldwide? That's the thing, with the vaquita, to save this animal, you don't have to. Yeah. So if you can just protect this one area, you can bring them back. You don't have to put them in captivity. They're in a natural kind of captivity to start with, you know? And then it says dump lots of food. Their lack of food is not the problem. They already have more food that they can eat. The problem is that they're getting caught and killed by these gill nets. Illegal gill nets, by the way. It's already illegal to do that kind of fishing in this part of the world. We just need proper enforcement. We need people... A part of what... I don't know, what I would love to see happen, and there are people working on maybe making this happen, is if you could pay the fishermen who are out there with these illegal nets, if you could pay them to keep those nets out of the water and instead have some sort of ecotourism related thing, then that changes the incentives for these local people. If you're a local fisherman, you're just trying to feed your family, you're just trying to get by, just trying to make a living. If we can make it so that those fishermen can make a better living more easily through ecotourism than through illegal fishing, then there you go. This is what's happened with things like the leatherback turtle in Trinidad. I bet you I could show you a video here. We are going to go back to leatherback turtles for a second. I know that's a common occurrence on this channel, and it will be increasingly common as the months go on here. Let's see. I'm trying to find a video that's not from the BBC because that tends to nuke my YouTube videos. They get copyright restricted. But the same people who used to poach turtles in Trinidad are often now in charge of protecting them. Alright, I guess we'll just try and do this, and I'll have to mute the audio on YouTube, so apologies to anybody who's watching this on YouTube later. Here. I also gotta reverse it like this. But yeah. Check this out. Len Peters. Big paleo salute. So there's always turtle meat in the refrigerator growing up. He's like, this is normal. This is how we grew up. That's how everybody lives, you know? This is an endangered species. You can't be slaughtering these mother turtles as they're coming up to lay their eggs. Because not only are you killing the adults, you're also killing the next generation, too. Like, you can't be doing that, you know? Jeez. Yep. There we go. So he said, I'll repeat, we had to find a way to get the local village to benefit from the presence of these animals, to see them as a resource to be protected rather than slaughtered and exploited, you know? Yep. Here we go. And this is what's needed for the Vaquita as well. Pretty remarkable. Yep. Yep. That's the thing, is that nobody dreams about growing up to be a poacher, you know? Like, oh yeah, you know, someday when I'm a grown-up, I'm going to be killing animals for no reason and leading to their extinction. It's like, no, these are people who are just trying to make a living. And in some cases, it's easier to kill these animals and profit off of their slaughter than it is to protect them. If you change the incentives around, you could solve that problem. You could prevent their slaughter. Yeah, this man is here. Absolutely, Golganek. Yeah, here's a link to this, by the way. Nowadays, there is an organization that's kind of famous now. It's called Earth Seekers in Trinidad. And they bring tourists from around the world to see leatherback turtles. It's pretty extraordinary. Take a look at this.
There is a place in Trinidad and Tobago where the land...
Diatoms in Texas. For me, it was either either scientist or poacher. Kind of glad I got heads on that coin flip, to be honest. I mean, would you really make any money poaching diatoms? I'm sure diatom researchers are not the most well-paid people in the world. They should be, but they're not. But still, yeah. Glad you're not a diatom poacher. Diatom stack.
meets the sea, where we immerse ourselves.
This is like a
wonder of the earth.
A tourism ad for Trinidad and Tobago.
And find hope in a new world.
So there's so much local pride about these organisms now, as you'll see in a minute.
Where every journey brings you closer and closer to the thrill of discovery.
There we go.
Trinidad and Tobago supports one of the world's largest populations of nesting endangered leatherback turtles. About 6,000 leatherback and hawksbill turtles visit our shores to nest in the safety of protected beaches every year. These beautiful creatures can weigh up to 800 pounds.
Yep. Extraordinary.
They travel thousands of kilometers from as far as north of Canada and east of Africa to the safe beaches of Trinidad and Tobago.
You heard that correctly. These critters, leatherback turtles, will migrate all the way from Trinidad and Tobago here, down here off the coast of South America. They nest here. And then they swim all the way up to northern Canada in order to feed. It's kind of incredible. They swim that entire distance. And so there are leatherback turtles that have been tagged down here on the beaches. And then leatherback researchers have found them up in Halifax, or even further north than that. Just extraordinary. I guess that wouldn't be northern Canada. Halifax is not really northern Canada. But not really a place that you would associate with marine reptiles. Sea turtles. People think of sea turtles as being tropical. And yes, leatherback turtles do nest on tropical beaches. They'll swim all the way up to Halifax. You know? This is not exactly what you'd call a tropical place. You used to live there, Dark Muppeteer? The Canadian Sea Turtle Network is based in Halifax. So they work to educate people about leatherback turtles, educate local fishermen about them, like how to have proper gear so that you're not accidentally catching and drowning these turtles as you're fishing. They teach people how to extricate them from nets if they do get caught, all kinds of stuff like that. So I might be doing some work with the Canadian Sea Turtle Network at some point in the next year or so. We shall see. Yeah, those are sandy white beaches, right? Definitely, Reiko, yeah. Yeah, look at all that. The sandy white beaches. Look at all that white sand up in the trees. Again, not a place that you would associate with sea turtles, and yet they get them there. Leatherbacks. Pretty cool. Yeah. Kennedy says, I don't believe the males ever come back to land once they make it to the ocean. That's correct, yeah. Unless they're like severely disoriented. But here's the thing, is that the males do still make that migration. So the males will still migrate from Trinidad up to Halifax, because that's often where they breed with the females, is just offshore there. So they're still making that migration. And no, hang on, sorry. They're not breeding here. They're feeding here, both the males and the females. They go where the food is. So all the jellyfish that they eat, jellyfish will accumulate in these ocean upwelling areas. So off Nova Scotia in Canada, off Monterey Bay in California, you get these big upwelling ocean currents. Like this cold water that wells up like that brings all these nutrients from the benthic zone toward the surface. That feeds the jellies, and the jellies in turn feed the leatherback turtles. So the males will migrate along with the females from the feeding grounds up here. They'll go all the way down to Trinidad, and they'll breed with the females often just off the coast. So both the males and females make this tremendous migration. It's so cool. We know this because the males have been observed and tagged in both places, Trinidad and Halifax. Anyway, continue the video.
Months later, pounds.
800 pounds.
They
or more.
travel thousands of kilometers.
800 pounds is actually on the low side. There have been leatherback turtles estimated at about 2,000 pounds. I think the record is something like 1,800.
From as far as north of Canada and east of Africa to the safe beaches of Trinidad and Tobago. Months later, our shores are inundated with new life as baby turtles spring forth from the nests. Conservation, adventure, discovery. Trinidad and Tobago's rich biodiversity is a wonder to behold. The thrill of experience.
Leatherback turtles have become a cause celeb in places like Trinidad.
Of Trinidad and Tobago. 2 islands, 2 unique experiences.
There you go. Yeah, so it's now a tourism draw. And there's tremendous local pride here. If I can find an image of this, but oh, there we go. Yeah. The Trinidad and Tobago leatherbacks are a football team, aka soccer team. Oh, come on, Facebook. Ridiculous. Here, sorry. Photos. There we go. That's what I was trying to find for you. Sorry, Facebook makes this really difficult. The Trinbago leatherbacks. Again, tremendous local pride. I would love to see this with the vaquita, you know? That's the kind of thing that we need. Like, it's one thing to write laws protecting these animals. It's all well and good, but you need boots on the ground work to conserve them, to educate local people, to start to build that local pride, you know? Imagine if people who live near vaquita habitat cared about these animals as much as I do, you know? The only reason I know about vaquitas is because other people who are really passionate about these animals talk to me about them, educated me on this, and I'm very lucky in that regard. Nobody's born with an internal, inborn passion for critters like this. It's something that needs to be learned. So yeah. Anyhow, there you go, Science Streams. Yeah. We'll be talking about Nanotyrannus in a bit. But right now, let's get back to our vaquitas and condors, using them as an analogy for vaquita conservation. There. So again, there were just 27 individual condors left at their population nadir. Every single last one was captured to be bred in captivity.
87 Condor AC9.
Oh, and is Nana, are you in the chat right now? Did I miss? Is Nanotyrannus here in the chat? Did I miss her? No. Okay. Oh, never mind. Sorry. That's my grandmother's username. I made her a Twitch account.
Was brought in, making the species extinct in the wild. The total captive population.
You're good, Bullet. No worries.
27 individuals. The breeding.
So again, for anybody who says, "Oh, well, the vaquita, there's so few individuals left," you know, they're functionally extinct. No, they're not, and neither was the condor. The California condor came back from a population nadir of just 27 individuals.
The program was led by San Diego Wild Animal Park and Los Angeles Zoo.
I was just there
alongside
a few weeks
numerous
ago.
other participating zoos. And
Like
it's
the
thanks
Oakland
to
Zoo.
them that we're not talking about an untimely extinction right now. By 1992, the population had increased to 86 condors, and 7 were finally released back into the wild. For a species that only raises a single chick every 2 years, increasing the population from 27 to 86 over 5 years sounds impossible.
But there was something very clever done here. Somebody figured out a hack to get these animals to produce more chicks. Check it
In
out.
an interview with CBS, Mike Clark, a condor keeper at Los Angeles Zoo, explained how they increased the speed of the recovery using the condor's ability to double clutch. When the condor lays its egg, the keepers take it, which prompts it to lay another, effectively doubling the yield.
So they're kind of tricking the condor into reproducing twice as quickly.
But California condors would still only raise a single chick, which meant that raising that first egg would be extra expensive. They were also raised using hand puppets to make sure they don't get attached to people. I didn't need to include that, but I love this image.
Me too, and I think this is really important to share. This is the kind of creativity that somebody Somebody will figure something like this out for the vaquita. If we can prevent these animals from all drowning in gill nets, in illegal gill nets, if we can let them start to recover in the wild, somebody will come up with some sort of clever way to help boost their numbers like this. And I don't even know what that looks like at this point. But here in this case, they were able to trick the condors into reproducing twice as quickly. And then rather than, so they had to hand feed the condor chicks. People had to do this. But you don't want the condors to grow up thinking that they're people, They imprint on their parents taking care of them. So what did people do? They very cleverly said, hey, shoot, we're going to disguise ourselves. Make condor puppets like this. Very realistic puppets, by the way. This is extraordinary. It's so good. I mean, look at that. Somebody very passionate about this kind of thing with a lot of know-how figured out how to do this. And this is world class right here. That's so cool. Human ingenuity being used to solve a problem like this. It's you love to see it, There will be somebody who comes up with something equally ingenious to save the vaquita if we can prevent them from going extinct right now at their population nadir.
Raising that first egg would be extra expensive. They were also raised using hand puppets to make sure they don't get attached to people. I didn't need to include that, but I love this image. The programs continued on like this for quite some time, but Mike Clark had a trusting bond with one particular condor, and it was with that condor that he tried something never done before. He tried to get her to foster more than one chick, and it worked.
Well. Another clever thing. People said, can't be done. They tried and it worked.
In 2019, all the chicks at the zoo were being raised in pairs. Now earlier we talked about how extraordinary California condors are, but there's one amazing thing I haven't talked about yet. In 2021, it was found that California condors are capable of reproducing asexually.
This is
Their
amazing.
eggs don't need to be fertilized to hatch.
So we actually talked about this. This is, to use a goofy term, virgin birth in a condor. No male involved. This is just mom having chicks. Effectively cloning herself. So we talked about this during a special stream that I did a little while ago. The Pied Piper. What a great name. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Okay, let's go back in our VODs. Find that stream. This would have been after Doling's Bowl, but before I went back to Utah. There we go. So during this stream, I talked about the complexity of reproduction and sex. Not sex like reproductive sex, but sex like male versus female and things that are in between and stuff like that. Nature is really messy like this. This is one of the examples that I gave was the California condor exhibiting parthenogenesis. Females can give birth to chicks without the involvement of a male. Something that was not thought to be possible in a bird prior to this, as far as I know. Turns out Komodo dragons can do the same thing. Oh, and there's the condor there, because I was talking about them. There's a Komodo dragon skull. Here is the California sheephead wrasse, which is a type of fish that are all born female, and then only the biggest, most successful ones transition to becoming male. That's where all the males come from in the population, as they were females who got big because they ate a lot, could hold down a good territory and all of that stuff. There's lots and lots and lots of examples like this in nature of critters that, they say forget you to to binaries like that. Here's an excellent book called Sex is a Spectrum, all about how these kind of binaries that we think about in nature, nature often scoffs at them, In many cases, these binaries are very much a human construct. So anyhow, here's a link to that VOD if you want to watch that. This is a fundraiser that we did for an organization called Queer Care. And it was very successful. very proud of this community for supporting that organization. It was a wild success. So yeah. And thank you, Moo. Hey, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome, Moo Hoodles. Can we get a shout out for Moo, who also does excellent science outreach here on Twitch? Moo, I hope you're doing well. It was awesome seeing you at TwitchCon. Yeah, gotta say. Anyway, let's get back to the Condor, and then we'll get back to the Vaquita. It's just tangents left and right. And thank you, Mark Melbourne, for gifting the Pied Piper there. Yeah. What are those?
Mark Melbourne gifted a tier 1
Narwhal
sub to the
emotes.
Pied
Those are
Piper.
lovely.
They have given 378 gift subs in the channel.
Holy cow, Mark. I appreciate you. Holy cow. So anyway, condors can reproduce asexually. The females can just reproduce without the intervention of a male. Again, this whole thing about binaries, nature just goes, forget that. You know?
Really spectacular. Spared
That's
no
how it works in the real world sometimes. Marcy Walks Dogs, thank you for the gift sub to Moo Hoodles. Well deserved. Appreciate that, Marcy.
Marcy
Thank you,
Walks
thank you.
Dogs gifted a tier 1 sub to
Beautiful.
Moodles. They
No
have
ads for
given
you,
7
Moo.
gift subs in the channel.
Excellent. Let's continue.
Researchers found that 2 male chicks, one born in 2001 and one in 2009, were completely unrelated to any of the male birds. Now, parthenogenesis is not unheard of, but it typically occurs in populations that have few or no breeding males. It's like a last-ditch, desperate way for a species.
Golganek, thank you for those 100 bits. We got a hype train going here. Extraordinary. Thank you, Golganek. Appreciate that.
To cling on to life. But this is the only time that it's been recorded in a bird species when males were present. Unfortunately, both of those chicks have since died, one at age 2 and one at 7. But this was so astonishing to me that I just...
And I think they died of like entirely natural causes. It wasn't like because they didn't have a father. I want to say that one landed on a power line and was electrocuted. I might be misremembering that. Another one may have been ingested some lead
The
ammunition.
wingspan of this flying monster would have been about 15.5 meters.
Thank you, Helvetica Scenario, for the 15 months of support. Thank you for the Prime there.
Good evening, folks.
Good evening to you too. I hope you're having a good one, Helvetica.
Just had to include it in this video. It won't have an impact on the survival of this particular species, but I think it's a perfect example of the resilience of the natural world. Today there are over 500 California condors in the world, so it's safe to say that those breeding programs have been highly successful. Zoos are a controversial thing in the present day, but a lot of them run conservation programs like these and fund them through visitors and donations.
Yep. The San Diego Zoo in particular, I think they're a brilliant example of a zoo that has a highly successul conservation wing. I'm kind of in awe of everything they do. The San Diego Zoo is a remarkable organization.
Playing tag with you, Iguanodon.
And Hogan, thank you for those 100 bits. Thank you for contributing to the hype train. Good stuff. Yeah, and while people are doing the hype train thing, let me also give a shout out to our Vaquita fundraiser. There's a link to Casey's Vaquita fundraiser right there. And holy cow! Yes! This started off as $1,000 today, $1,000 Canadian. Then she bumped it up to $2,000 and then $2,500, and it's just exceeded $2,502. Extraordinary. Fantastic. Super, super cool. Again, Casey is, I think, still on the front page at present. Talking about Vaquita conservation today.
I can re-roll. Did not want to enter, but just to say that the artwork is stunning. Oh, Jay, you're very sweet. I appreciate you.
877 people watching right now. Excellent.
Yes, please. Okay, and Murph, I'm pretty sure I got your address. Did you end up getting... I think I just mailed you something. Let me know if you got it, and then I'll just use that same address.
Heck yes, okay? Murph.
But yeah, keep in touch with me so I can make sure I can get this to you. I'm going to write your name on the back. You did. Okay, perfect. And I will use that same address as long as that is...
Excellent. Anywho. So yeah, the condor was in a similar situation to the vaquita, this remarkable porpoise. And they've been brought back from the brink of extinction. They're still not a common animal, but There are a heck of a lot more than just 27 individuals now. I think there's now over 500. Much, much, much better position than we were in a few decades ago.
The recovery of the condor cost more than 35 million, although around 20 million of that was federal and state funded.
Again, that's peanuts. Like, I don't know. People buy big stupid boats for more money than that. You know? $35 million. That's what, like a few attack helicopters or something like that? It's far less than a stealth bomber or something. Thank you for the 400 bits there, Hogan.
Oh, Lisa, there's a little present for you lying in the driveway. Oh, boy, really? Oh, I wasted $5 on these.
Well, you didn't waste $5 contributing to science outreach here on Twitch, Hogan. Really appreciate those 400 bits, which comes out to about $5. Thank you, Hogan. Yeah. Yeah. Geek Store, I agree with you. Yeah. The good ending? That wasn't the good ending there, Lenina. If somebody else has 400 bits to spare, they can see if they get the good ending there. But again, thank you, Hogan. It's a roll of the dice with there's two different endings. Anywho, let's continue.
The story of the California condor is a great example of the...
And Marcy Walks Dogs, hang on. 400 bits. Let's see here.
Oh, Lisa, there's a little present for you lying in the driveway. Oh, boy, really?
Well done, Marcy. Well done. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good. What do you mean good in quotation marks, Spartan? Well, anyway, let's... Hopefully we also have a good ending with the condor. Or not an ending, a continuation. It's not an ending, because they didn't go extinct. We've been bringing them back.
Recovery of the condor cost more than 35 million, although around 20 million of that was federal and state funded. The story of the California condor is a...
Thank you, Mooncloud, for the 100 bits.
Playing tag with you, Iguanodon.
Appreciate that.
Great example of the role zoos play in conservation. We've even worked with a fair few ourselves, including Chester Zoo and Bristol Zoo Gardens, who run the breeding programs for the endangered snail species that we're trying to restore on the deserters islands. It's a complicated topic, but here they clearly worked. The California condor situation is not as bleak as it once was, but there is still so much to be done. The wild population isn't increasing much as mortality is roughly balanced out by releases from captive populations. According to the Department of the Interior, from 1992 to 2020, there were 107 wild condor deaths from lead poisoning, making up 50% of all mortalities with a known cause. To combat this, California banned the use of lead ammunition for hunting in 2019. However, the law does allow for the sale and purchase of such ammunition, as it's still legal to use in target ranges. Due to the pandemic, there was also a shortage of the alternative copper bullets, which led to more lead-laced carcasses. But much of the problem, as we see time and time again, comes down to education.
Which is exactly what Casey's trying to do with the Vaquita, and me too.
California condors have gone from hated to iconic, and most people will make the effort to switch from lead ammo if they're made aware of the damage it does. Hunting is yet another controversial topic, but many see themselves as conservationists in their own right. I'm not here to pass judgment on hunters or zoos, we all have our own opinions on these matters, but one thing everyone here...
One thing everyone here now has in common is that hunting should not be allowed in zoos. I think we can all agree.
Here, right now, has in common is that we all want to see this situation improve.
Oh yeah, that too.
At least I presume you do, otherwise why did you watch a video this long? If you would like to...
Because I showed it to you. Oh, we've got a few of your viewers right now who are just seething right now. Some lurkers. And sorry, hope you'll come around someday. Thoughtful Gaming, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thank you, Thoughtful Gaming.
To learn more about an underappreciated species, then take your pick here. The story of our cave cleanup to save a troglobite dragon, or our...
Oh, very cool. Anyway, here's a link to this video right here. From the channel Mossy Earth. Good stuff. Yeah. Oh, an interesting Charlie's Dragon. Wow. Surprise tiger cubs. Huh. Yeah. Anyhow. Halation Effect says, unless you're doing your hunting with a camera lens instead of bullets. There you go. Yeah. Wasn't there a... I've never actually played a Pokemon game. Wasn't there a Pokemon game like that? Where you take pictures of the Pokemon instead of shooting them? I think that's cool, you know? I can get behind that. Brencha, thank you so much for the 10 gift subs. I really appreciate that.
The Brenche is overloading the system
sweet
with
pie,
10
look.
gift subs.
Look at this Tinamou bird. So excited about Brench's generosity there. 10 gift subs. 10 chatters won't have to watch any ads at all. And... Get out of there. It's gonna... Oh, shoot. Okay, he'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Thank you, Brencha. It's that much closer to our sub goal for the week. Helping feed me while I'm in England. Starting late this week, going to the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. You're going to help me not starve there, and I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Anyhow, yeah. It is called Pokemon Snap. Okay. Oh. It's a snap like snapping a picture, not like supplemental nutrition assistance program.
Soldiers and their weapons would be powerless before.
Thank you, Gameverse Man. I'm sorry, the what?
The beast.
What was that?
The beast.
Say it again?
No.
Repeat? I'm sorry, I didn't catch it. Could you repeat yourself again? What was that?
From 20,000 fathoms.
I didn't get it. But Gameverse Man, thank you so much for the 12 months of support at tier 2, no less. Thank you. Excellent. And Lordy, thank you for those gift subs. Excellent. 10 of them right there.
Lordy is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Phenomenal. Look, we're at 38 out of 239 now. Are we 201 away from our goal? Thank you, Lordy. Really appreciate the... Get out of there, it's gonna... Shoot! He'll be okay, don't worry about it. Thank you, Lordy, for your generosity there. Excellent. And Gimplag, thank you for the 21 months of support.
Yeah.
Those are real sounds from a real Starling, by the way. Mimicking an astromech droid there. I know a lot of the alerts that I have of little goofs and spoofs and stuff in them. That's a real recording of that bird doing it. Not a joke. But yeah. I love them. I feel the same way, Squiggles. Yeah, I think a lot of birders feel that way. Anyway, the whole reason I was talking about condors is I think they provide, to a certain extent, a proof of concept. The vaquita can be saved. You just have to prevent their mortality in the wild. Condors absolutely would have gone extinct were it not for the captive breeding program. I think that much is safe to say, especially since their mortality in the wild is still too high. They're still dying of lead poisoning. It's mostly lead poisoning, really. Avian flu also has decreased their numbers recently too, but their population is replenished from this captive breeding program. So if you could prevent their mortality in the wild, their early mortality through lead poisoning and stuff like that, you could see their numbers rise at an even higher rate. With the vaquita, I think these critters, they could absolutely come back if given the chance. Again, new population survey shows that they are breeding in the wild.
It's a miracle, these survivors that are here, to see them and find them and get to see them, you know, the mothers and calves swimming in the Northern Gulf. But seeing all the places that they are no longer in the Gulf is a sad thing. Conservation is not entirely about doing science with the animals. It's mainly about changing human behavior.
Yep. That's one thing that I'm trying to contribute toward with talking about the vaquita on stream today. And what I was doing at TwitchCon too. There. With the vaquita model that I printed and then painted. Here it is under the T-Rex skull for scale. Here it is after I partially painted it, and then Casey put the finishing touches on it. Like that. She was able to carry this around for the whole convention. Had, I don't know how many conversations with different people during TwitchCon about the plight of the vaquita, trying to raise awareness about this animal. And now that she's Twitch partner, she has occasional front page privileges. And she is on the front page right now, as far as I know, talking about the vaquita.
Thank you for your generosity. Here's the work that I tend to do. Monkey Fluence.
Monkey Fluence just donated 25 Canadian dollars to porpoise.org. Porpoise Conservation.
Nice.
You guys are so generous. Thank you. Thank you.
So what are we at right now? Let's take a look at our current figure. Here we go. If you'd like to consider donating yourself, holy cow, up to $26.27 out of a $2,500 goal. This is phenomenal. How awesome is that? Holy cow. Brilliant. Anyway, I'll be joining Casey on her stream a little bit later. But, darn, it is now time, finally, to talk about Nanotyrannus, I think. I need to go run to the restroom real quick, so I will be right back. But we will talk about Nanotyrannus and how it seems I was wrong about this critter. So we're going to celebrate that in the fashion of true scientists here. Before we do that, though, let's do a... Here, I'll play a quick little video so that I have a chance to go run to the bathroom. Why don't we play the 65 trailer real quick? This is a different kind of being wrong. This is being wrong out of laziness or lack of checking on things. There's this film that came out a few years ago. Was it early last year or something like that? Here we go. With Adam Driver. The film is called 65. The premise is, well, kind of inscrutable, I guess. It's confusing. Anyway, he crash lands on Earth 65 million years ago and encounters dinosaurs. The problem is, dinosaurs, except for a handful of birds, were already extinct by 65 million years ago. They died out 66 million years ago. And that was what prompted me to do some editing. I recut the trailer to make it paleontologically accurate. Here it is. I had a lot of fun making this a couple years ago now at this point. Take a look, and I'm going to go use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Charter 373. This is Commander Mills. My ship was hit by an undocumented asteroid. Send help.
We've crash landed on an uncharted celestial body.
There's something alien out there.
You need to be quiet and move.
So there you go. Another creature that existed at the end of the Cretaceous period, prior to 65 million years ago, one of the critters that presumably went extinct when the asteroid hit 66 million years ago, is this animal, a Tyrannosaur. Again, at this time last week, I would have called this Tyrannosaurus. But here's the thing, new paper just came out on Thursday.
Extinction is no shame, no sign of disgrace or failure. In fact, in a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe, all species eventually
That was the
become
best video to pop in and see.
Thank you, Ash. Thank you for the 7 months of support and the kind words. Excellent. Yeah. Here, little bit of background. For those of you who are not familiar with this up until now raging debate in dinosaur paleontology, Nanotyrannus is highly controversial. Maybe that controversy is coming to an end now. But, come on, Google Keep. There we go. So this is a video from 1988 PBS documentary.
The more we learn about them, the more we need to ask. Perhaps the most controversial question of all concerns their fate. In 1987, Robert Bacher was on a routine visit to the Cleveland Museum of Natural History when he made an intriguing discovery.
So this is where the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting is going to be held next year. Can't wait.
There are two places to hunt for dinosaurs. You can get yourself a Jeep and go to the Badlands of Montana and dig
Or better yet, a Toyota, you know. Won't break down as often.
holes.
But I digress.
Find new kinds of dinosaurs. Then there's the other place. You can go to a basement like this, a gloomy place, where museums keep...
And I'm sure they turned the lights off specifically for this so he could say it was a gloomy place, because I've never been to a museum collections that wasn't well lit by fluorescent lights. I feel like they specifically turned the lights off in order to make this more dramatic. But, you know, it's Bacher. He's going to be theatrical about things.
Keep their research, collections, and careful storage.
An interesting diagram.
Specimens collected 20, 30 years ago, waiting for the scholar to come by and read the bones. And these new discoveries of dinosaurs in basements and in the Badlands are challenging everything we thought was true about dinosaurs. These new discoveries are saying we've got to rethink the ideas that dinosaurs were cold-blooded, rethink the idea that they were stupid and slow, and rethink the idea that they died without descendants.
Yeah.
And guaranteed, in museums like this, there'll be every year new discoveries about dinosaurs.
Yep. He's been right about that.
Relegated to a dusty shelf for more than 40 years was a fossil that bore an uncanny resemblance to Tyrannosaurus rex.
And I thought it was on display. I don't think it was on a dusty shelf. I think it was out in the main hall with spotlights on it, but that doesn't quite tell the story that they want to tell here. Anyway, does this look familiar to anybody? Where have we seen this before, in fact? I wonder where. I almost feel like it's so close, but I can't quite. I don't know. Anyway.
Barker renamed it Nanotyrannus, the pygmy tyrant.
Yep, Nanotyrannus.
The really neat thing about this head is that it's a downsized version of the most famous dinosaur in the world, that is Tyrannosaurus rex.
And so this is the thing, is that Barker named this as a new species, a new genus even, of Tyrannosaur. Another researcher said, not so fast. It looks like it's just a juvenile Tyrannosaurus. And this is what I thought until very recently.
Now you look at T-Rex, you've got an animal with a head 4 feet long, with a body that's 5 or 6 tons. Nano is a close relative, a head only as big as a polar bear, a body maybe 600 pounds, pony size. And yet the little dinosaur and the giant dinosaur share the same architectural stamp. You look at this head.
And before I would have said, maybe rather smugly, that of course they share the same architectural stamp. It's the same animal at different stages of growth. Yeah, it was a Dora the Explorer moment. There you go, static life photo. So this is, I'll show you. Some friends and colleagues of mine, people I worked with at various museums. This was kind of our line of thinking with this animal. That these are two animals that are actually the same animal at different growth stages. Here.
So we can just keep doing this.
Here's Jack Horner, my old boss at Museum of the Rockies when I was there.
T-Rex. So there's these two dinosaurs, T-Rex and Nanotyrannus. Again, makes you wonder. But they had a good question. I mean, they were looking at it and they said, one's got 17 teeth and the biggest one's got 12 teeth. And that doesn't make any sense at all because we don't know of any dinosaurs that gain teeth as they get older. So.
And Jack misspoke there. He means lose teeth. So, like, actually losing tooth sockets as they get older. And we do know that this happens, but maybe not from 17 to 12 or 11. That might be too much. Anyway, and the new paper talks about this.
That must be true. They must be different. So we cut into them.
And so this is how you actually tell whether a dinosaur is young or old. You have to cut the bones open and look at the growth rings inside. In my humble opinion, this is the only reliable method of reliably aging a dinosaur. Skull fusion doesn't really work. Vertebral fusion, there's too many variables there. It's not a reliable method. You have to do what we call histology. You cut the bones open and you count the growth rings inside like with a tree.
And sure enough, Nanotyrannus has juvenile bone.
So I think this might have been the Jane specimen, actually.
And the bigger one has more mature bone. Looks like it could still get bigger. And at the Museum of the Rockies where we work, I have 4 T-Rexes, so I can cut a whole bunch of them. But I didn't have to cut any of them, really, because I just lined up their jaws, and it turned out that the biggest one had 12 teeth, and the next smallest one had 13, and the next smallest had 14, and of course Nano has 17, and we just went out and looked in other people's collections, and we found one that has sort of 15 teeth. So again, real easy to say that Tyrannosaurus ontogeny included Nanotyrannus.
So this is the hypothesis that I've been running with for the better part of a decade now. Shoot. So I was trained under some of Jack's grad students. This is kind of an idea that Jack has been a big proponent of for a long time, and I thought it was pretty well supported. This idea that Nanotyrannus and Tyrannosaurus, they're the same thing, you know? Like, there's some interesting stuff going on there in terms of anagenesis, possibly, stratigraphic variation, all that stuff. But our running hypothesis was, we were pretty confident of this, that Nanotyrannus and Tyrannosaurus are the same animal. They're not different. They're not 2 different species, not 2 different genera, that they are just young and old of the same species. And that had been kind of the general consensus forming for a good while. And then, suddenly, and I mean last Thursday, literally, we had this. Check it out.
There's been a long-standing controversy about the identity of these small tyrannosaurs running around Montana 66 million years ago. And we set out to determine what exactly these animals were. And what we found was that this controversial species called Nanotyrannus was actually a valid, legitimate species of dinosaur. The dueling dinosaurs Tyrannosaur, because it is 100% complete, it's a Rosetta Stone for connecting this fragmentary isolated skull that represents Nanotyrannus with the growth series of Tyrannosaurus rex. And it tells us that Nanotyrannus has all kinds of things across its skeleton that just don't fit with what a juvenile T-Rex would have. What we did is we made sections of the limb bones and preserved in the limb bones of dinosaurs.
So they're actually doing histo here. So they're using a saw to cut the limb bones open and then count the growth rings on the inside under the microscope.
Are rings, just like the rings of a tree, that are laid down each year as the dinosaur grows. So we were able to produce those sections and take a look inside and count the rings and determine that this was an individual that had been alive for at least 14 years when it died. But not just that, because we're able to see that the growth was nearly stopping. The distance between the rings was getting very small. So this is an individual that was almost as big as it was ever going to grow to be when it died. And yet it's still way smaller than a Tyrannosaurus rex. The validity of Nanotyrannus allows us to ask questions that we didn't previously have. So for example, now we have...
So again, before she gets to this, there have been other people who have claimed that Nanotyrannus is a valid genus based on, oh, the skull looks like it's fused up, or it looks like this is a certain shape and it should be that other shape. The arms are too big, whatever. And there could be a lot of individual variation. I don't necessarily buy any of those arguments. The real kicker here is the histology. That is the silver bullet, and that is what has convinced me. I can't argue against that in good faith. Histology is one of those methodologies that it's as close to like objective and, you know, non-interpretive as we get in paleontology, almost. It is pretty cut and dry for the most part. You're counting the growth rings. You could make an argument that, oh, well, I'm not sure these 2 rings are actually separate, or this one looks kind of hazy, that kind of thing. But for the most part, it's just counting the growth rings. And, well, it's hard to argue with, you know? In a minute, I'll talk about why this was kind of a bitter pill to swallow for me and some of my colleagues, because our pet hypothesis that these are the same animal, Tyrannosaurus and Nanotyrannus, they're the same thing. Thus, Nanotyrannus is not valid. That's what I've been saying for years, and looks like I was wrong, along with a lot of my colleagues. In science, it's so important to admit when you're wrong, when the evidence does not fit with your hypothesis. You have to accept that. And so, well, rather than lamenting this, I think it's important to celebrate it. So I've got something special for today. Bottle of champagne. Let's open this up and let's celebrate having a pet hypothesis negated by the evidence, falsified. It's kind of what science is all about, you know? We're trying to figure out what's real. And if a favorite hypothesis is disproven, if it doesn't fit with new evidence, not only is that okay, that's actually really cool. It's something worth being excited about. Because even though maybe I was wrong, we're still learning something new. And that is the objective of science. We're trying to figure out how things really work. We're studying the natural world, following the evidence where it leads. And so I think that's worthy of some champagne. Don't you? See if I can get this thing open.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Dr. Tara, for the 100 bits there. Yeah. And yeah, I'll be sharing that,
Nano is really
that
solid.
video later.
Question about your Danny. Does this
Yeah.
change the way you view other small tyrannosaurids like Raptorex,
Not Raptorex, no.
Asiatyrannus, Aliramus, or even the recent comments on Thunkulu? It feels
Maybe,
like Pandora's
yeah.
box has been opened.
That's what we're going to talk about a little bit. Yeah, good point there. So, I was having a conversation with some colleagues about this past summer. Where I said I wasn't quite sure that Alioramines are even a real clade. Things like Aliramus, Chonchusaurus, things like that. Like, they could all just be juvenile tarbosaurs, for all I know. I really got to rethink that. I'm not somebody who really works much on Tyrannosaurs right now, so a lot of the particulars are... I don't know enough about them. But... it really does make me wonder. Yeah. I was wrong about all those guys. That's the exciting thing about science, is at the end of the day, we might have arguments with colleagues, we might think that they're completely wrong about this or that, but a good scientist, she or he should be willing to follow the evidence where it leads and recognize that at the end of the day, we are all on the same team. We're all trying to figure out what's real. We all want to know what the truth is. That's the most important thing. Thank you, Spartan, for the 100 bits.
Got a towel, Danny.
Yeah.
Warm champers can be vigorous.
This is very cold. It just came out of the fridge. But thank you, Spartan, for your concern. All right. Ready to pop this? I didn't shake it or anything. I did run downstairs with it, but hopefully it's settled by now. I guess we'll see. Here. The surprises in dinosaur paleontology and to the validity of Nanotyrannus. Which I'm not the happiest about, but you know what? Let's get happy about it. Cheers. Let's open this thing up. All right. There we go. I gotta pour this like a bartender. Reduce the froth. There we go. Well, the science. Rhacodactylus said something really important here earlier. Oh, and Saphiromyophilus Azad, you too. Welcome, welcome. Thank you, Spartan, for the bits. Excellent. Yeah.
Cheers.
Cheers indeed. Yes. What was Reiko saying earlier? Reiko says, you're allowed to be confident in your stances, which I was. I did not think Nanotyrannus was a real critter. There's almost like a philosophical difference there in the way that I'm thinking about dinosaurs, dinosaur diversity, dinosaur ontogeny.
A ponderous Trachodon.
I might be totally wrong about
32
that.
feet long and
you know?
14 feet high. 1,500 teeth. And not a single
cavity. Moo Saurus, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Salute the paleontologist.
And Arius Zephyrhog, thank you for the follow as well. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Yeah. So let's see. Reiko says, you're allowed to be confident in your stances when they're based on coherent interpretations of the available evidence. And that's the thing here, is that this isn't just... What we have here is new evidence coming to light. New science being done. We've got new data. You can't be entrenched in your position in science if new data comes to light that contradicts your stance. That's just as important as being willing to change one's mind when the available evidence changes. Exactly, Reiko, yes. Honest, sincere scientific disagreement and debate is one avenue by which we discover new data. Precisely. Absolutely. And Reiko says it's also worth acknowledging.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Hang on. Spartan? That's a good question, Spartan.
Has histology not been performed on any Nanotyrannus specimens before now?
Not really. I mean, there's one that's not been published yet. It's actually on the Cleveland skull. It was presented at SVP last year. But yeah, and Jane had been sampled histologically. But yeah, it showed that she was still growing. And this new paper claims that the Jane specimen at the Burpee Museum is also Nanotyrannus, just an immature specimen. So here's the thing. Yeah, these critters here, Tyrannosaurus, and I have to fight the urge to say Nanotyrannus with quotation marks, because it's just been automatic for me up until this point. These two animals differ a lot in size. These two specimens here, at least. It's at Eamon H. 5027, I think, and Cleveland Museum, I forget the specimen number. They differ a lot in size. And so, up until this point, all of the claimed Nanotyrannus specimens all seem to have been immature. They weren't full grown. But this new one has enough growth rings in it that it seems like it's actually full grown. So, seems like it's a different animal. Simple as that. Here's a little infographic to help explain this. So, Tyrannosaurus and Nanotyrannus. The new paper claims to... They name a new species of Nanotyrannus in the paper, too. Nanotyrannus lethaeus. We'll talk about that in a bit when we take a look at the paper. But, I haven't actually checked. Reiko, have you sent me the PDF for that yet? I haven't, I've read through the paper so far to the extent that I had time for it. It's a super busy weekend. But, it was an unformatted draft. No figures, no formatting, nothing like that. So, oh, sorry, Reiko. I sent you an email this morning, but, no worries, no worries. I also sent an email to, like, 4 different colleagues asking them to send me the paper, and they all sent me the same one that I had, which was unformatted. So yeah, it's published in Nature, which is a paywall journal. Yeah. Copernicus Cat says, still wouldn't want to meet a Nanotyrannus in a dark alley? Oh no, they'd eat you up. Yeah. Like, in fact, it might be more interested in you than a larger Tyrannosaur like Tyrannosaurus. By the way, I hate this graphic right here. Like, this is awful.
Ew!
Just, what's with the crocodile scutes on its back and the exposed teeth and the... It almost looks like AI generated, just garbage. Ugh. Anywho. This one here, though, done by an actual artist. Lovely. That's really nice. Anywho. But yeah. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so the idea is... Well, let's just continue with the video for now. Lindsay Zano talking about this.
Way smaller than a Tyrannosaurus rex. The validity of Nanotyrannus allows us to ask questions that we didn't previously have. So for example, now we have Nanotyrannus, which is this extremely fast and agile, smaller body.
And probably just the first one, Reiko. The second one I actually got. Somebody sent it to me. But the first one from nature.
Bodied Tyrannosaur, living in the same exact ecosystems as this humongous, massive, robust animal with huge bite forces, and they must have had completely different ecologies, and how they live together in that same ecosystem is a question that we've never been able to ask before. The Dueling Dinosaurs project is going to yield a lot more exciting discoveries like this over the next few years, so you should stay tuned.
Okay, so the dueling dinosaurs is a thing that I'm also... reticent to really, like, get super excited about. And I'm walking you through my thought process here because I'm trying to make the point that in science, we have to put aside our personal biases. And sometimes that's difficult to do. Scientists are human beings as well, and when we're trying to follow the evidence where it leads, that takes some emotional work. We as scientists are not emotionless automatons. We're not Vulcans. We're very much human. We have very human emotions. And it's important to harness those in a productive direction when you're doing science. The dueling dinosaur specimen, this,
It was like you go to the shoe store and they're like, maybe we have it in the back, and it was like all the fossils back there. It was pretty sick.
It's pretty sick, Dorcolotto. Thank you so much for the 57 months. Holy cow. Yeah.
I am back. I hope I haven't missed the Nanotyrannus talk.
You're here just in time, Dorcolotto. Great to see you again. Thank you for the 57 months of support. Holy cow. So the dueling dinosaur specimen, it is a very pretty fossil. Unfortunately, it was a commercial specimen, and there were a lot of lofty claims made about it. Perhaps some things said that were not entirely true to try and raise the auction price on it. It's just a whole thing. I have opinions about commercial paleontology, you know, the selling of fossils to make a profit rather than for scientific enterprise, all of that. You know, like, we're not going to get into my thoughts and feelings about that at the moment. I bring this up because it's relevant to this particular specimen. I might have a photo of this from 2011. I think the specimen was first discovered in 2006. And I first encountered this in 2011. This would have been in Jordan, Montana, at the Hilltop Cafe, which I think might since be closed. But they had a like clay model of this, just like you see right here, on display in the Hilltop Cafe. And they're like, yeah, we want $9 million for this fossil that we found on private land. Both of these animals are new species, and they're both from the Judith River Formation, or maybe if they're from the Hell Creek. They're really unclear on that. just kind of making a lot of claims about it to try and up the asking price in a way that I found kind of distasteful, and everybody on my crew did at the time. And so this thing it failed to sell for, I think, well over a decade, because the people were trying to sell it for more than anybody was willing to pay for it. And there were some things said in the popular press about how, paleontologists are stuck up and they don't want to, pay top dollar for a thing, like stuff like this. I'm not going to go into the details about it. I don't want to relitigate all of that. The point is that it left a bad taste in my mouth, as it did for most of us on that crew, probably all of us on that crew that summer. And we're like, yeah, no museum is going to buy this. It's going to be some wealthy collector, because museums don't have this kind of money. No, museums don't have $10 million to spend on a specimen like that. For $10 million, you could build your own museum. Or you could set up a field program where you could find countless specimens like this over the years. If you set up a program with an endowment that can fund itself in perpetuity. So I know I was kind of shocked when I heard that the North Carolina Museum of Natural Sciences purchased it. We can talk another time about whether or not this props up the commercial fossil business and is ultimately bad for the science, all of that. I don't want to talk about that right now. But I bring this up just to make the point that the well was kind of poisoned for me at the beginning for this thing, for the dueling dinosaur specimen. And that's one of the reasons I haven't really talked about it that much on stream before, is kind of biased against getting too excited about it. Because to me, it almost represents misplaced priorities in science. And I might be completely wrong about this. Again, this is about admitting when we're wrong. And maybe I was completely wrong about this. There's been what seems to be some excellent science done on it, and that's worth celebrating. So yeah. I think it's okay to have feelings, like you said. I'm trying to make that point. All right, Thalium. Thank you. I appreciate the understanding. So let's see here. We'll take a look at the paper, and we'll take a look at a write-up first before we do that. Let's see here. Where is that? Here we go. So this is one of the best write-ups I've seen so far on this thing. Nanotyrannus isn't a mini T-Rex after all. It's a new species. Dueling dinosaurs fossil revealed. An argument over whether fossils from several small dinosaurs represent a juvenile Tyrannosaurus rex or smaller adults of a separate species may finally be settled. I like that they put "may finally be settled" because I know that this is going to prompt more debate, more discussion, more publications. I'm not going to say this is a done deal at this point, but the case just got so much more convincing for the validity of Nanotyrannus. I say this now in particular because I'm going to be leaving for the big conference in vertebrate paleontology on Friday. So I'm going to get a chance to talk with some fellow researchers about this, talk with some Tyrannosaur specialists, get their views on this. I don't work on Tyrannosaurs. I don't have as big a horse in this fight as other people do. I've run in some of these circles, but Tyrannosaurs are not my specialty. I've never really published on them at all. I'm excited to talk to some folks about this, and from what I've seen as they're quoted in pieces like this, a lot of the folks who were very skeptical of the Nanotyrannus hypothesis, seems like they're coming around in ways that even I find surprising. So yeah. Pivotal new dinosaur study is finally setting a fierce 4-decade-long debate, finally settling a debate, and we'll see whether it really gets settled. again, there's not an official tribunal about this kind of thing in paleontology. Our science is a consensus-based one, and those consensus form over time. They're kind of loose and wishy-washy, and then they kind of solidify over years or decades sometimes. For years, cave fossils were thought by many paleontologists to be a juvenile... hang on. 4-decade-long debate. Was the small Tyrannosaur Nanotyrannus a distinct species or merely a teenage Tyrannosaurus rex? Now a remarkably complete fossil reveals that Nanotyrannus was real, and I object to the phrasing here. I'm gonna nitpick something. This is not about the science. This is about how we communicate it. I hope this doesn't come across as needlessly pedantic or nitpicky, but I really despise the phrase, oh, this dinosaur genus was real or wasn't real, because I feel like that kind of phrasing confuses people in the general public, and that's something that I'm guessing we're going to see in the chat here too, if not today, then later on when more people come in and ask about this in future streams. Nanotyrannus, it's a real animal. It's just, should we use that name or not? Is that particular genus and the species within it, are those valid or not? Are they different from Tyrannosaurus? I feel like when we use the phrase, oh, well, you know, this dinosaur wasn't real, Brontosaurus wasn't real, most of you are not going to be confused by that watching right now, but other folks in the general public, maybe a few chatters too, might be really confused, and they go, well, what do you mean Brontosaurus wasn't real? Nanotyrannus. Are dinosaurs not real? We live in an age of just noxious pseudoscience and anti-science content that's spewed out online all over the place. On TikTok, on YouTube, on everywhere. Shoot. And there are a lot of people who are actively trying to spread misinformation, trying to confuse people about science. We shouldn't be doing that as science communicators or as paleontologists or as scientists in general. I'm not saying anybody's trying to confuse anybody by saying, oh, Nanotyrannus wasn't real, Brontosaurus isn't real, using phrasing like that. But we should be more careful about the way that we phrase things. And hi, Various, I'm glad that you agree on this. Yeah. One of the things that I was really surprised by when talking with Jurassic James in Utah this year, I asked him, what's the most common question that you get when you're in the field? When you're doing outreach. Where is that? I'm looking for this here. When I sat down with Jurassic James, hang on, maybe that was on his channel. Here we go. Yeah. So Jurassic James, he does science outreach full-time in person in Houston, Texas. I'm going to search the transcript, see if I can find the exact moment when we talk about this. Here we go. Bear with me here. Oh, shoot. I can't seem to find it through the transcript, but what James was saying is that the most common question that he gets when he's doing live science outreach in person in the museum in Texas, the most common question that he gets is, oh wait, so dinosaurs are real then? Because so many people somehow get this idea into their head that dinosaurs are somehow a hoax or made up or something like that. And I think, even here on Twitch, a lot of us are not really clued into that IRL, in the real world, people are really susceptible to misinformation like this. It's a serious problem. And it's easy to forget that. It's comforting to forget that.
This is a dinosaur, and this is a dinosaur.
Valenk, thank you for the follow. That first one wasn't a dinosaur, actually. That was a Dimetrodon. Thank you for the follow. It's good to have you here. It's not your fault. Anyway, and that's the most common question, Petrodactylus, yeah. Is, wait, dinosaurs are real? Are they really real? He says that's the most common question that he gets. We forget that people in the general public often are... They didn't learn about this stuff in school. And they're mostly encountering information on TikTok or YouTube or places where conspiracy theories and pseudoscience, anti-science content just thrives and propagates. Here on YouTube, oh goodness, this is depressing. There are videos with hundreds of thousands of views from conspiracy theorists claiming that dinosaurs don't exist.
If they're removed, America loses them forever.
Fear de Beard, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. This is important to remember when we're doing science outreach, especially online. Is that often people in IRL, in real life, people out walking the streets, people on the bus, whatever, they may have heard from friends and relatives, people who spend too much time online in conspiracy spaces, that, oh, dinosaurs were a hoax, they're made up. I know that's a distressing thought, that like so many people are walking around with just completely bonkers notions in their head like this, but I talk about this in my poster actually for SVP. I'll pull that up for you real quick. SVP, poster. There we go. So yeah. When I'm talking about how important this kind of outreach can be, I included this little section here on the poster. While anti-science conspiracy theories are gaining momentum online, fieldwork live streams, like actually broadcasting our work in the field in real time, in a way that people can see and ask questions and feel like they're involved, you can tell that this is real. You can't fake that kind of authenticity, you know? That's super important. Fieldwork live streams can help us fight back against that anti-science conspiracy theory stuff, showcasing the process of science in a way that builds trust with viewers. Here we've got some of those video thumbnails from this guy on YouTube who claims that dinosaurs are a hoax in the conspiracy trash bin. Yeah, and we had somebody who tuned in during the summer who said, Eric Dubé on YouTube almost made me think dinosaurs didn't actually exist. You made me get that belief back because of what you do. Thank you. And that was one of the best compliments I've ever gotten. This is one of my favorite chat messages ever. Yeah. Anyhow, yeah. And there you go, Texan Reverend. Yeah, good point. Yeah. There's so many different things that people can learn about that, yeah, if you're someone who's never had this particular interest, never been around someone with this interest, then you might have very little info to work from. Exactly. Yeah. And Petrodactylus, I'm immensely proud of that comment there. Absolutely. That's why I put it on the poster. Yeah. Anyhow. There you go, Ricadactylus. Ricadactylus says, as a cognitive science guy, one of the most common questions I've been asked is it true that we only use 10% of our brain? At least it gives me a funny answer of, well, some people sure, but aside from politicians, most people use all of their brain. There you go. Yeah. I like that you could turn that around. And they'll remember that, too. They'll remember that because it made them laugh more than if you just said, no, you're wrong. You know? I like that a lot. Anyway, so I say all of this just to make the point that this phrasing annoys me. When we word it like this, Nanotyrannus was real. The animal was real. It's just, should we call it Nanotyrannus or not? That's what we're asking. When people in the general public hear, like, oh, this dinosaur wasn't real, they might get completely the wrong idea. So it's important to remember, you know? I feel like that's a perspective that I need to offer here as somebody who does science outreach full-time online, someone who makes their living doing this. And having heard what I heard from Jurassic James, that's the most common question he gets is, whoa, are you sure dinosaurs are real? We need to be careful about how we phrase these things. But anyhow, yeah. And Top Trike, blush. Thank you, Danny, for what you do, man. I wish other scientists would do the same. I'm trying to encourage other paleontologists, at least, to do fieldwork live streams and stuff. That's what this poster is all about that I'll be presenting at SVP this year. Show their passion for their work. Passion is infectious and excites the mind. The world's greats, all inspired people. Steve Irwin, David Attenborough, all enthusiastic about their jobs. Yeah. Spreads like wildfire, so thank you for what you do, man. I appreciate that, Top Tree. I do what I can. You know, thank you for making that possible again. Appreciate you. Anyhow, let's get back to Nanotyrannus. Let's get back into the science in this new paper. So for years, Q fossils were thought by many paleontologists to be juvenile examples of Tyrannosaurus rex, which lived between 67 million and 66 million years ago in western North America. Rather than settling all arguments, however, this nano discovery opens a new chapter in understanding T-Rex biology and furthering debate. So a key source of the argument has been a small 67 million-year-old Tyrannosaur skull found in the Hell Creek Formation of Montana in 1942. So that is the Cleveland skull, who is right here. There's a 3D print that I have of the Cleveland skull. Yeah. This was the holotype for Nanotyrannus lancensis, named in 1988.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And Niffler, thank you for the 100 bits.
These live streams are also so important to help educate people about how damaging to science and research fossil collection for private sale is.
Yeah, or can be at least. Yeah, Niffler, thank you for the 100 bits, and I'm glad that. Yeah, glad that you've learned that. Thank you for the 100 bits. So for a long time, the entire genus of Nanotyrannus was based on a single skull. And that's the thing about a skull, is that you can't really do histo on it to the same extent that you could do that with other bones in the body. And so you couldn't really do a more or less objective test to see whether the animal was mature or not. Is it a juvenile Tyrannosaurus or is it not? With just a skull, it's hard to say. Really knew what the rest of the body looked like as well. So this has been one of the most controversial topics in all of dinosaur paleontology, said Lindsay Zano. And I'm glad she said one of the most controversial. Because yeah, putting that qualifier in there, 100% correct. I agree. It is one of the most controversial topics in all of dinosaur paleontology. This is the sort of thing that, like, people will get in shouting matches over at conferences. It's happened before. I've seen it happen. As paleontologists, generally, we're a fairly mild-mannered bunch of people, but this is one of those things that... This is a subject that really gets people to fight, you know? So apart from the isolated skull, the best skeleton of one of these small-bodied tyrannosaurs came from the Hell Creek Formation, which also spans part of North Dakota, South Dakota, and Wyoming. The specimen known as Jane was still rapidly growing and aged about 11 when it died, and differed in several ways from the lone skull. So we've watched a documentary about this in the past. Here we go. Called Jane, the Mystery Dinosaur. Here we go. We've also seen this specimen in person at the Burpee Museum. I'll show you that in a minute.
In the harsh badlands of Montana, a creature no one has ever seen before is unearthed. From the very moment of discovery, dinosaur experts struggle with the question of its identity, looking for answers as to how this animal lived and died. They set out on a quest to solve an ancient puzzle.
What is this animal?
This is the Rosetta Stone of meat-eating dinosaurs.
And there is no such a thing as a Rosetta Stone in science.
This is an exploration full of intrigue and uncertainty. What seems obvious one moment isn't so the next. What impact will this creature have, and what secrets will it reveal that could change paleontology forever?
And it's still changing things to this day.
Follow the adventure of one of the most remarkable scientific finds of the last century. Follow us on the trail of the Mystery Dinosaur.
So I'll give you a link to this documentary right here from 2006. Coincidentally, this is the same year that the dueling dinosaurs were discovered, as far as I know. Oh, and by the way, we've seen that specimen in person. Here, pull up that VOD there. This is when we were streaming from the Burpee Museum in Rockford, Illinois.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist.
There we go.
You'll find it. Oh yeah. Like diatoms. It depends what kind of bird. Some birds have a pretty poor sense of smell, but some birds, like a turkey vulture, seem to have the best sense of smell of, of any creature alive.
There we go.
And various levels of completeness, but people like me who, I don't know, spend a lot of time looking at these critters, we learn to tell the difference between different specimens. And so I could tell you, you could show me a picture of a Tyrannosaurus skeleton mounted in a museum, and there's a decent chance I'll be able to tell you which specimen that's based on, which one it's a cast of. Like Jane is
I do miss good
has
science.
become quite well known herself. She's got a distinctive looking skull. And there's the Cleveland specimen right here. Also very distinctive. I'd recognize that anywhere. Even H5027. And there's Sue and Stan and the Wonkel Rex and Black Beauty and a number of others. Yeah. These are animals that are...
Anyway,
just great.
Jane here.
One of these years to end.
There's Jane.
Adult and Jane. That's because Jane died when she was just 11, a few years before her teenage growth spurt. Recent studies show that between ages 14 and 18, T-Rex gained about 5 pounds per day, was full grown by the age of 20, and in most cases dead by 30.
Yeah, so we talked about this just the other day. Showed this clip, which parts of this we're gonna have to reconsider now. very short time, different form of animal. Let's hear what Phil Curry said about that a second time.
Went through an incredible time.
And so what's almost implied there is that, well, yeah, shoot, these are animals that are, their appearance is changing tremendously as they grow. Maybe from something like Nanotyrannus into an adult T-Rex for their lifetime. What's kind of interesting is that Phil Curry here was an early proponent of the Nanotyrannus hypothesis. He's on the original paper with Bob Bacher in 1988. I'll find that for you real quick in my lid collection here. You can do it. There we go. So here's the original description of Nanotyrannus in 1988. And yeah, Phil Curry is one of the authors. So yeah, there's an illustration of the Cleveland skull right there. Pointing out various differences between that and an adult T-Rex, claiming that these are different animals. Yeah. Turns out they might be right. In fact, that's where the evidence seems to be pointing right now. So yeah. I'll be interested to see what Phil Curry thinks about this if I get a chance to ask him. I don't know if I want to ask him about this, though. That's the thing, is that, like, when you're asking people about tyrannosaurs, I would almost be a little embarrassed to do this as a fellow researcher. It's like, I don't know, it almost feels like a fanboy kind of thing to do. And at a scientific conference, presenting researchers don't want to come across as fanboys or girls. So, yeah. I'd like to hear Denver's thoughts, too. I asked him a little bit about this back in February, Salamander, but yeah. Anywho. Somebody was asking about why they were called the dueling dinosaurs. This is another thing why the well was almost poisoned for me from the start. Because when the people trying to sell this fossil in the first place were advertising it, they were making all kinds of claims that, oh yeah, these two dinosaurs, they died in a fight. They killed each other, and then they got buried together because of that, somehow. Like, no, these are animals in a fluvial sandstone. Clearly, like, they got, you know, these are two carcasses that got washed in together. They both got stuck on a point bar, you know? Like, these are two dead dinosaurs floating in a river. They happen to get stuck in the same place and buried. Tale as old as time. They did not die in a fight. But that's how they got the nickname of the dueling dinosaurs. Anywho. Because fighting dinosaurs were taken. There you go, Salamander. Yeah. That actually is a real example, probably, of two animals that died in a fight. The fighting dinosaurs are actually preserved. The velociraptor's arms seem to be clutching the skull of the Protoceratops. Protoceratops, its beak is clamped down on the velociraptor's arm. They probably did die in a fight. That seems to be what actually happened there. Truly remarkable fossil. Preserved together. Here's partially reconstructed. It doesn't actually look like this. There's pieces missing with the Protoceratops' skull and stuff. Here it is as they were digging it up in the field. Just truly remarkable. Yeah. I presume they probably died in a burrow collapse. We've got evidence that dinosaurs like Protoceratops may have dug burrows. The Velociraptor maybe climbed into one of those, and then they got into a fight, and then thing collapsed on them, and they both died. That's the most parsimonious explanation I can think of for how those two animals would get buried together like this. Yeah. But yeah, Petrodactylus, yeah. Hopefully, Denver Fowler will be publishing a paper on that before too long. On burrowing behavior in leptoceratopsid dinosaurs, and I'm sure this also has bearing on the ecology of Protoceratops as well. Anyway, I don't have files for the Fighting Dinosaurs XVR, or else I would have printed this.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Fiona the T-Rex, for the 100 bits. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Good stuff. And yeah, Andrew, I didn't realize you were still here. Dune collapse is another idea, which... Do collapsing dunes actually, like, bury critters avalanche style? I've never seen this demonstrated in a way that I found convincing. I feel like burrow collapse is maybe a more parsimonious explanation, but I don't know. I don't know. Been with you the whole time. I appreciate that, Andrew. Excellent. Appreciate your viewership. Yeah, for anybody wondering, that's curator of the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum, Andrew Milner, whom I'm very excited to see at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting in Birmingham, UK, in just a little while. And Satan died of a faceplant, apparently. Really? A little sauropodomorph guy? Yeah, this critter. I've seen the fossil on display. Hey, there's Mark Lowen, site Todd there, at the University of Utah, at the Natural History Museum of Utah, in Salt Lake City. It's funny, it's not on display in the Dinosaur Hall. It's displayed in like one of the geology sections of the museum. It's like, yep, there's a holotype dinosaur, not in the Dinosaur Hall. Yeah, cool critter. Anyway, I don't know much about the taphonomy for this guy. Yeah. That was Mark Lowen, right? Yeah, that's Mark Lowen. Yeah. Anywho. Let's get back to our article here with the validity of Nanotyrannus. So, Lindsay Zano and study co-author James Napoli, anatomist at Stony Brook University in New York, have described a complete Tyrannosaur skeleton that is part of the dueling dinosaurs fossils. The 67-million-year-old remains of what seem to be the most complete yet small T-Rex on record, and a Triceratops, possibly locked in combat when they died. I don't buy that for a second, but I don't think they're claiming that they died in combat. They're in a channel sand. Like, anyway. The case for Nanotyrannus. So, Lindsay Zano, pictured right here. You saw her in the video, too. Zano and Napoli say that the dueling dinosaur skeleton of a Tyrannosaur, also from the Hell Creek Formation, isn't a T-Rex, and instead shares features with the Nanotyrannus lancensis skull. Again, that's the skull right here, the Cleveland skull. Crucially, their analysis of growth rings in the bones, spinal fusion data, and developmental anatomy indicates that the fearsome dinosaur was about 20 years old and almost fully grown when it died, rather than being a juvenile. And I could try and come up with some sort of special pleading, some sort of scenario in which, well, maybe this particular individual has more growth rings in its bones because there were harsher seasons, or it was migrating and didn't have food for certain times, something like that. But, like, these are not parsimonious explanations. parsimony is a really important idea in science. It's basically, it's a simple idea when you boil it down. Parsimony in science is the idea that the simplest explanation, the one that requires the fewest crazy things happening, it's probably the correct one, you know? The goofy example that I've used in the past is, say you're at work and you have a burrito that you packed for lunch. You put it in the break room fridge. And that burrito, you come back and it's gone. What's happened to it? You wrote your name on it, and yet it's disappeared. Could it be that invisible interdimensional elves materialized in the fridge and absconded with your burrito? That's an explanation that requires a lot of assumptions. First, the existence of interdimensional invisible elves. It also presumes that they can materialize in the refrigerator, in the break room at work, and that they would want to take your burrito. There's a lot of assumptions there. Or maybe Carl ate your burrito, because, he does that sometimes. He takes other people's lunches. People know this about him. Which is the more parsimonious explanation? Which is the one that requires the fewest number of assumptions? We know that Carl exists. You work with him. He has a reputation for eating people's lunches. It's a goofy example, but I hope it illustrates what I'm talking about here. In science, we try and find the explanation that makes the most sense and requires the fewest number of new assumptions. I'm hoping that the Wikipedia has an article about parsimony. Yeah, Occam's razor. There you go. The problem-solving principle that recommends searching for explanations constructed with the smallest possible set of elements. So yeah. The principle popularly is sometimes paraphrased as, of two competing theories, the simpler explanation of an entity is to be preferred. So, could I come up with some sort of complex scenario in which this Tyrannosaur specimen happens to have a lot of lines of arrested growth, a lot of growth rings in its bones, despite not being very big, and despite looking like what we might expect Nanotyrannus to look like? Sure, I could come up with some sort of scenario like that that's really complicated. The simpler explanation is Nanotyrannus is a different dinosaur than T-Rex. It's a valid genus. Turns out it is a different thing. And it looks like it's full-grown because it is full-grown, or close to it at least. It's a more parsimonious explanation. But yeah. Anywho, yeah, Schrodinger's buried underneath the top track. Or was Brenda from accounting? You can test that hypothesis, Sparky Pugwash. You could look for preserved stomach contents in the specimens of Carl and Brenda. That might require some dissection. Yeah. We all knew it was her with the sauce on her mouth. Yeah. Anyhow. And XPR says, like a pygmy hippo. Well, here's the thing. That Nanotyrannus, the pygmy tyrant, yeah, it very well might be that there's just... In fact, it seems like this is the case. It's a separate species of Tyrannosaur that's just smaller when full grown. Pygmy hippo versus common hippo. So we have in the world today 2 different species of hippo that vary significantly in size. They have different lifestyles, they live in different parts of Africa, as far as I know. Yeah. So now we've got what seems to be a pygmy tyrannosaur living at the same time and It's in some cases the same place as full-size Tyrannosaurus. So yeah. Rhacodactylus says, importantly, some things we learned eventually were true, did violate parsimony when they were originally proposed, but eventually, sometimes quickly, sometimes not, we accumulated enough anomalous data that they stopped being non-parsimonious exponents. Exactly, yeah. This, an example that I like to use of that is the asteroid hypothesis, the impact hypothesis for the extinction of the dinosaurs, except for some birds, at the end of the Cretaceous. So this was a really wild idea at first, that, you know, a giant asteroid streaked out of the heavens, slammed into the Earth, and caused the extinction at the end of the Cretaceous period. Like, that's a big claim. It's an extraordinary claim, and so it requires extraordinary evidence. Sure enough, we have that extraordinary evidence nowadays. We have a crater in the exact right time. It's of the right size. It's in the right spot. We've got a layer of iridium-rich clay all over the Earth that points to an extraterrestrial impact. We've got tidal wave deposits from a massive tsunami that was caused by that impact. We've got evidence of worldwide wildfires, tektites, bits of molten glass that rained from the sky after that impact. We've got a tremendous amount of evidence now that points to this extraordinary thing actually happening.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Yeah. And Dr. Terra, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah.
Before I would had used dwarf manatee as a better example. One is really smaller, but somehow it has no genetic differences from the Amazon manatee. But now this is like jaguar and ocelot. It's just two kinds of cats living in one environment.
There you go. Yeah. So another example might be, like jaguars and ocelots living in the same environment. You get coyotes and wolves living in the same environment too, and they're doing different jobs. Coyotes are going after smaller prey. They're not as social as wolves. They're not living in packs as much. They're more slender than wolves are. They're not that much smaller in the grand scheme of things, I guess. But they're two very different animals. And yet their skeletons, very, very similar. There's an idea that I was very fond of, am still pretty fond of, but might not be as supported by the evidence now. This idea that we should expect to find far fewer species of dinosaur in any given environment than we would of mammals in a given environment. Like a dinosaur-dominated ecosystem during the Mesozoic should be far less speciose. There should be fewer species of dinosaurs than like an ecosystem dominated by mammals in the modern day. Mammals tend to stick to one niche for their entire lives. Dinosaurs may have moved through a bunch of different niches during their lifetimes. And so there might be room for fewer species. You might have just as many morphotypes, but fewer different species. Because one species might be hogging a bunch of different niches during its lifetime. So here's an illustration of this with Tyrannosaurus. You know, they have to start off small because they hatch from little eggs. They got to do a lot of growing. This is the idea illustrated here that Nanotyrannus is a juvenile Tyrannosaurus. See that long, low-slung skull? That is a Nanotyrannus skull, just like this. The adult Tyrannosaurus has got a much deeper, taller skull like this. The idea is that they just changed a lot as they grew, and this was kind of a, maybe not the consensus idea, but a strong consensus idea until last week when this new paper came out. So it could be that this idea of dinosaurs being less speciose, fewer species in a given environment, that might be wrong, you know? We might have to throw this idea out if the data continue to not back up that idea, we got to get rid of it. I'm not saying we're at that point yet, but we might be moving in that direction, you know? Yeah. So it does also raise the question, is some of these things that we've been calling juvenile T-Rex are actually Nanotyrannus? And what does a juvenile T-Rex actually look like? Have we ever found one? And how do we know that it's a juvenile? How can you tell the difference between a juvenile T-Rex and a juvenile Nanotyrannus? If you're using histology, counting the growth rings in the bones, if you're using that as your test, how would you ever tell them apart, you know? There are a few ideas that are put forth in this new paper, and I think we'll talk about those. But it does really throw a wrench into things. It makes things more complicated. And it also makes me wonder, here. We've been calling this a juvenile T-Rex. The Chomper Rex specimen here. This is one that I helped dig up back in 2013 and 2014. We don't have the whole skull. Much of this is reconstructed. But is this a baby T-Rex or is it a baby Nanotyrannus? We have to seriously consider the possibility that this is a baby Nanotyrannus. If that's a distinct genus now, if it's valid, suddenly we really got to wonder about that, you know? So yeah. Crimson says, could you not compare Tyrannosaurus specimens to young Tarbosaurus? How do we know that they're young Tarbosaurus, not a different species? How do we know they're not a young Alioramus or something like that, if that is real too? I'm kind of playing devil's advocate with this a little bit. I've heard the argument that, oh, well, juvenile Tarbosaurus are unmistakable. You know you've got a baby Tarbosaurus. It's very different from anything else. Do you really know that? Anyway. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. Fiona the T-Rex says, I've scrubbed all my juvenile pictures off the internet. Good. Maybe Tyrannosaurus did that with all their juvenile specimens. Kidding. But, yeah. The very large can of worms has been opened. I mean, yeah, Scorch Hellfire. What I and many of my colleagues thought was the most parsimonious explanation, that we've got one Tyrannosaur in the Hell Creek Formation. It's all T-Rex. Nanotyrannus isn't real. It's all Tyrannosaurus. Just changing through ontogeny. That whole idea, we might have to throw that out the window completely now. Things may have just gotten so much more complicated. Yeah. Yeah. And Zool, we don't have any dinosaur DNA that's ever been found from the Mesozoic. None. And XX and XY those are sex chromosomes in humans. So that's not DNA, that's like well, it's a little bit different. DNA is contained within chromosomes. Anywho, and dinosaurs didn't have sex chromosomes like that. They had ZW and ZZ, I think. So different thing. Birds also have that. That's where birds got it from their dinosaur ancestors, presumably. So anywho, I don't want to get into sex determination and tetrapods right now, but anywho, yeah. And Diagonal says Nanotyrannus could be a neotenic species as far as we know. There might be a no adult form. Well, I mean, you would be able to tell that they're adults based on when they stop growing in the histology. And that seems to be the case with this. I'm going to share with you some other videos. Here we go. So one of the authors on the paper, James Napoli, released this. They've got a podcast called Skeleton Crew. And I think this is great. This is like some excellent science outreach here. In the sense that this is straight from the science horse's mouth, so to speak. This is not editorializing by anybody else. This is not like what I'm doing right now. I was not involved with this project. James Napoli is co-author on this paper. And so if you want stuff straight from the source, check out this video. It's good stuff, and I'm really glad that he put this out.
Recording this about 2 hours before the news is going to go live, and so I am very excited for you to learn in just a little while that
Nanotyrannus is real.
And it's
oh boy, I'm not a fan of that phrasing. Again, the animal was real regardless of what we call it. I feel like that kind of phrasing confuses the public. I've seen that this is the case. I'm not trying to nitpick here.
It's real for good this time. I've been working on the dueling dinosaurs since about the time that we started this YouTube channel, so this is a really special moment for me. Now, of course, I've got a lot to say about Nanotyrannus, but I wanted to make a video now because I wanted to just make sure that before everything gets disseminated and there's a game of telephone and nobody really knows what's in the paper anymore, I just kind of wanted to lay out very quickly the pieces of evidence that we used to bring Nanotyrannus back.
So this is super, super important, and I love that he did this. Like, this is phenomenal. I guess science outreach? Science communication, I'm going to say. Outreach implies you're reaching audiences who otherwise, you know, wouldn't hear about this. Skeleton Crew, I feel like most of their following is people who are already interested in paleontology. So what they're doing is more, I'd call it more science communication than science outreach. Again, not to be nitpicky here. And not to at all detract from the importance of this. This is so good that they did this, and I'm so happy about it.
Working on a long-form YouTube video, about an hour long, full of really, really beautiful 3D animations, showing all of the evidence that we used as part of the Dueling Dinosaurs project. But, you know, times are really busy right now. Releasing a paper like this is a huge task, and I've been doing interviews with CNN, Associated Press, Reuters, New York Times, you name it. And so that video is a little ways away.
Anyway, so that's going to be true outreach. CNN, Reuters, the AP, all this stuff like this, they're going to be reaching audiences who, I don't know. I'm guessing most of the people who follow Skeleton Crew on YouTube are people who are already passionate about paleontology and already know a thing or two. That stuff I'm really excited about. These news agencies, reaching wider audiences, that's going to be like true outreach, and that's phenomenal. Anyway, did I post a link to this in the chat already? If I didn't, here it is. And if I did, here it is again. Yeah. Here's the what's this? Wayne D. Barlow illustration painting of Nanotyrannus here. Really capturing the binocular vision of this animal. This is great.
It's both a publishing paleontologist and a science communicator. I thought that it was my responsibility to put out something right now to outline what we did in this paper and why Nanotyrannus is back to being a valid species.
Yeah, so good stuff. Again, bookmark that video, watch it after this if you want a more complete and detailed picture of the actual science behind this. We're not going to touch on that so much during this. I'm going to give you kind of a broad overview, and then I'm also just trying to make a point about how it's important for a scientist to be able to change his or her mind, or their mind, when you have new evidence. So yeah, there you go, Petrodactyls. Excellent. Yeah. There's an apocryphal story. I've told this before. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, so, quote from Carl Sagan. I haven't mentioned this before, but let's put some fancy music on when we're talking about such lofty concepts here. Or no, not that. Let's do this instead. So, quote from Carl Sagan about science having its own built-in error-correcting machinery. The scientific way of thinking is at once imaginative and disciplined. This is central to its success. Science invites us to let the facts in, even when they don't conform to our preconceptions. One of the reasons for its success is that science is a built-in error-correcting machinery at its very heart. Some may consider this an overbroad characterization, but to me, every time we exercise self-criticism, every time we test our ideas against the outside world, we are doing science. When we are self-indulgent and uncritical, when we confuse hopes and facts, when we can slide into pseudoscience and superstition. Carl Sagan in 1997. So there's an apocryphal story here from another scientist. Kind of emphasizes this point. So, a respected elder statesman of the zoology department of Oxford in the 1960s was present for an event which kind of illustrates this point. For years, this researcher had passionately believed and taught that the Golgi apparatus, which is one of the organelles inside the cell of eukaryotic organisms, he taught that it was not real. It was an artifact, an illusion. It didn't exist. Every Monday afternoon, it was custom for the whole biology department to listen to a research talk by a visiting lecturer. So one Monday, the visitor was an American cell biologist who presented completely convincing evidence that the Golgi apparatus was real. There it is. There's the data. Can't really argue with it. At the end of the lecture, the old man, this elder statesman in biology who had taught everyone that the Golgi apparatus wasn't real, what did he do? He strode to the front of the hall, shook the American by the hand, and said with passion, "My dear fellow, I wish to thank you. I have been wrong in these 15 years." And then we all clapped our hands red. That's beautiful, I think. As scientists, our reason for being is to learn about the natural world, how it really is. And we might be, we are people who are driven by passion. That's why we do what we do. But that passion should be for the truth. And if our pet hypothesis, something that is very near and dear to us, is shown to be false, if the data do not comport with a favorite idea of ours, what we have to do is throw that away. Not the data, but this favorite hypothesis, chuck it out. We're here to do science. We're here to learn how the world really works, how the universe functions. Whether it's the mechanics of planets orbiting in a solar system, or whether it's the validity of a kind of late Cretaceous theropod dinosaur. We're all on the same team. We're all trying to figure out what's real. Sometimes you got to take those cherished hypotheses, throw them out when the data don't support them. So, cheers again to Nanotyrannus. And moving forward in science when we have new evidence. Anywho. And XVR says, do you think there might be some environmental reasons contributing to the size difference, possibly some type of isolation? So that's the idea that's proposed in the paper. And this is controversial. Not everybody buys this yet. But the authors put forth an idea that Nanotyrannus is from an entirely separate lineage of tyrannosaurs, actually outside of the Tyrannosaurid family. So it would be a tyrannosauroid, but not a tyrannosaurid. So it would be so primitive, so early branching, early diverging, that it wouldn't even be a tyrannosaurid. They put forth the idea that maybe this animal lived in Appalachia, or its ancestors did, rather. There we go. So, Earth, 90 million years ago. Here we go. So, 90 million years ago, sea levels were a lot higher. North America was cut in two by the Western Interior Seaway. And so you would have had different groups of dinosaurs. Well, you would have had dinosaur groups that would have gotten isolated. So you would have had ancestral tyrannosaurs that were cut off here in the east and cut off here in the west, and they would have had separate evolutionary trajectories. We do not have very many dinosaurs from this eastern subcontinent, what we call Appalachia. We only have a few. One of them is Dryptosaurus, which has been recently shown to be probably a tyrannosaur. We used to be kind of unsure what it was. General consensus nowadays is that it is a tyrannosaur. What Zano and Napoli are claiming is that maybe Nanotyrannus is the descendant of these critters, something like Dryptosaurus, that when the Western Interior Seaway shrank, maybe they could swim across, show up in Laramidia in the west here, and then become Nanotyrannus. That's the idea. It's based on a few different features. The big forelimbs on this animal, not big, but like bigger than they are proportionally in T-Rex. And the thinking is, well, maybe this is similar to Dryptosaurus. And in some of the analyses that they did, it groups with Dryptosaurus. So like it comes out as sister taxon to Dryptosaurus. And so very well might be related to, might be an earlier, more primitive kind of tyrannosauroid rather. So yeah, they would have crossed the Western Interior Sea. I mean, the Western Interior Sea expands and contracts at different times during its history, so maybe when it was particularly narrow at one point, they could swim across. I would guess that dinosaurs like that would have been pretty proficient swimmers. So yeah. Anywho, yeah. But yeah. Oh, and thank you, Casey. Gotta set up stream together and send you an invite. Ping me when you're ready. No rush, though. Thanks, Casey. I'll talk about this for a little while longer, but I appreciate the heads up. Thank you. Yeah. So anyhow, I think they might talk about that in this press piece here, or we might have to look at the paper or another piece. Actually, let me go to the video with James Napoli here. Again, one of the authors on the paper. Let's see. There we go.
There'll be more papers soon. And there's one more really interesting idea that came from one of our analyses. One tree, so one version of our analyses, not all of them, and I don't want to make it sound like this result is more confident than it is, indicated that Nanotyrannus may have been descended from a group of tyrannosaurs that are known from the eastern half of North America, not western North America. The fossil record from the East Coast is really poor. There's not a lot of places we can look for fossils, and so we don't know about a lot of the animals that lived here. But in one of our analyses, we do get Nanotyrannus as being nested within a group of eastern tyrannosaurs. And that means that Nanotyrannus might have appeared in North America at the end of the Cretaceous period because it had migrated in from eastern North America as the Western Interior Seaway started to recede. Again, we need way more fossil material from eastern tyrannosaurs to be able to test that hypothesis well.
And a lot of other researchers are going to jump on this and be like, I don't think this is true. We need more data to really be able to test this idea thoroughly. I like that they put it out there. It's intriguing. That's one of the things that I've said for the past year. you know, since I got to talk with people like Clint Boyd and Denver Fowler about the Western Interior Sea, there's this idea that it disappeared by the time that, you know, 66 million years ago when the asteroid struck, and there's the crater right there, illustrated here. Oh, it disappeared, and so Laramidia and Appalachia were united once again, where before they were separated. The thing is, as I've been told by different researchers who work on fossils from Montana and the Dakotas and Wyoming, we don't see a sudden influx of weird things from the east showing up in the fossil record 66 million years ago. If suddenly these areas are united again, and you can walk from here to here, you'd expect all kinds of weird critters to be showing up in the fossil record here, and we just don't see that. At least, I thought we didn't see that. But maybe Nanotyrannus is that. It's possible. You would think it would also show up in the mammals and turtles and plants and stuff, which it doesn't seem to. But I don't know. Maybe Nanotyrannus is far more mobile than that, you know? It could swim across dozens of miles of ocean in a way that something like a pond turtle couldn't. Or a plant, for that matter. You know, we do have pretty good evidence that dinosaurs like this were, well, we have reason to think, at least, that they would have been decent swimmers. Shoot, you saw some of the evidence for swimming theropods when we were in St. George. There at the dinosaur discovery site. You know? Andrew, who might still be watching right now, he showed us a bunch of these swim traces. Showed that these animals regularly swam. You know, their toes just kind of barely scraping the bottom as they're swimming. So there's reason to think that some of these guys may have been decent swimmers. Is this a Paleostream piece? This looks like Josh's style. This could be Joshua Knupe's art here. Yeah, it really looks like his style. Anywho, yeah. And Murph says it's not the swim as much as the inhabitants. Well, yeah, there were mosasaurs and stuff swimming around at the time, but here's the thing. Over millions of years, you could have a lot of failed attempts to cross a seaway like that. It only takes a couple of successes in order to establish a new population. So even if mosasaurs, even if you're going to assume that they're going to nab 99% of swimming dinosaurs across there, which I think is outlandish, still, it doesn't take, it only takes a few successes. Yeah. And we have tons more coming out of the substation quarry. That's so exciting, Andrew. Holy cow. Yeah. Again, that's important stuff. Any evidence of dinosaurs swimming is it's important. It's fascinating at the very least. Anyway, yeah, and Cretoxyrhina and, you know, Polycotylid plesiosaurs and whatever else. Yeah, sure. There's a lot of stuff in there, Murph, for sure, but I just got back from the Farallon Islands yesterday off the coast of California. Teeming with white sharks. We didn't see a single one. And there were sea lions and elephant seals and fur seals just doing their thing, frolicking around, and none of them were getting nailed by sharks. So, you know, just because there's sharks in the water doesn't mean that you can't swim there. You know? But yeah. Feist says no dinosaurs in Antarctica or Arctic. No, there's dinosaurs in both. We've got lots of dinosaurs from the Arctic and a good number from the Antarctic now, too. I'm not going to get into that right now because that's a whole thing, but ask me in a future stream and I'll talk about that. Absolutely, Feist. We've got dinosaurs from near the North Pole and near the South Pole. It's cool stuff. Yeah, will do. Sounds good. Yeah.
I'm going to urge both other scientists and science communicators to be responsible with this. We don't know this yet. It's possible, but it's not certain. We need more data to tell. We're going to continue testing the hypothesis as best we can. We'll have to see what future studies tell us.
And I like this. I mean, the whole Nanotyrannus, here's a link to this video again. You should bookmark it and watch it after today's stream if you want to. Or watch it now. Close the stream. Whatever you want to do. The ideas that I'm trying to get across are... I may have been completely wrong about this, and many of my colleagues may have been too. This is surprising new information from the dueling dinosaur specimen. And it's led these authors, Lindsay Zano and James Napoli, to reinterpret some old specimens as well. This has big ramifications for our understanding of dinosaur ecology at the end of the Cretaceous. For one thing, like James says in this video, it's another strike against this idea that dinosaurs were in decline before the asteroid impact. There's this idea that, well, I think he says it here in the video. And the search transcript thing in YouTube is just not working. There we go.
Nanotyrannus that we may not be recognizing right now. More importantly, this work really disproves an idea that's become very popular recently, that the end of the Cretaceous in North America was missing any medium-sized predators.
So we talked about this. Kat Schroeder did some really cool work on this that I was really jazzed about. Remember this video? Some of you remember this.
On what we know about dinosaur physiology, that egg-laying behavior level. And then we have this really distinct gap, right? And this is the crux for the rest of the presentation. There is a super low diversity of carnivores between 100 and 1,000 kilograms. This is really weird, right? It's over the commonly cited threshold for size bias. Remember, Berensmeyer was finding that in modern organisms, anything below 100 kilograms was kind of missing. Brown et al. Found that anything below 60 kilograms was kind of missing.
Gap.
This is actually above that.
It's like no medium-sized
This is some fairly large
dinosaurs.
animals that seem to consistently not be in dinosaur communities. In fact, we find this gap in approximately 86% of our communities.
So what James Napoli is saying is that this gap has been filled by critters like Nanotyrannus now, which maybe that's true for the Hell Creek and Lance formations. Is it true for the Dinosaur Park formation, for the Judith River formation, for these other late Cretaceous formations like this? I don't know, but it's worth talking about.
The idea goes that there's this gap in the predator size distribution because you've got very small things like, dog or wolf-sized predators, and then nothing between them and T-Rex adults in size. So the ideas become, well, maybe these predators are missing because juvenile T-Rexes were those medium-sized predators. And that's kind of spiraled into this idea that juvenile dinosaurs were moving through different ecological niches as they grew, and that affected the way that different dinosaur species evolved and diversified. That might have actually prevented medium-sized dinosaur species from evolving in ecosystems with these really large animals that could occupy multiple niches as they grew. Now, if this idea were true, it would be fascinating and really impactful. It would mean that the world in the age of dinosaurs played by very different rules than it does today.
Which I still kind of find it difficult to picture that not being the case, given that you've got huge size disparity between juveniles, which have to hatch from eggs, they have to be tiny, and then adults, which are far, far, far larger, the idea that the juveniles and the adults are occupying the same niche is a difficult idea to fathom unless there's extensive parental care, unless basically the juveniles of all dinosaur species are being fed by the adults until they can, eat whatever the adults are eating alongside them, which might very well be the case. But yeah, it's interesting.
That's the kind of thing we do want to learn about when it's true from the fossil record. And there are cases like that. This doesn't seem to be one. Based on the results of our work, Nanotyrannus is a valid species, which means that Nanotyrannus is the Based on our work, Nanotyrannus is real, and
so I think maybe James was going to go back and edit this and didn't have time to. That's my guess why there's these stops and starts like this, and he repeats certain
that
things.
means that Nanotyrannus is the missing medium-sized predator in the end of the Cretaceous in North America. It was a really, really cool idea. A lot of people have talked about it. A lot of people got excited about it. Unfortunately, it just doesn't look like it's true. Oh, and one last thing. Tyrannosaur growth has also affected the way we study Tyrannosaur evolution, right? Because the traits that we use for our phylogenetic analyses are usually traits that we do not think are likely to be changing a lot as the animals grow. And so for this project, we had to build an entirely new data set to study Tyrannosaur evolution from the ground up. And when we did that, we found something really interesting. First, a lot of Tyrannosaur species moved around to new positions that they haven't been found in before. Second, we found out that Nanotyrannus is actually a lot more primitive than most people have been thinking about recently. Even Nanotyrannus believers recently have thought that it was either going to be a close relative of Gorgosaurus or a close relative of animals like Alioramus and Chinchaosaurus. This is based on them all having these kind of long, low, sleek snouts and
In the time
Kindred
of the
Soul.
dinosaur, this was a subtropical delta, home of the big plant eaters.
Thank you for the
and
6
the
months of
monsters who
support.
chased them.
Really appreciate that.
Nah, I'm not a scientist, but I disagree. Mostly. Also, hi everyone.
Hi, Kindred Soul. Thank you for the 6 months of support. Really appreciate that. I mean, yeah. This is an idea that the very imperfect, very human, very, emotional part of me, I'm not enthusiastic about this idea of Nanotyrannus being a valid genus and species. Like this, it might mean that a lot of the paradigms that I've been working with might be wrong. But that seems to be what the evidence is showing. Maybe there will be a surprise here. Maybe there will be a strident rebuttal paper to this. Maybe someone will say, oh, their histo wasn't done correctly, or their phylogenetic analysis is off, or something like that. But you know what? From what I can tell right now, it doesn't seem like that's the case. You know? So yeah, here, I'll show you. There are a lot of people who work on tyrannosaurs. Well, there are not that many people who work on tyrannosaurs, but many of the people who work on tyrannosaurs who should be very hostile toward this new paper, they seem to be coming around to the idea, convinced by it even. The wider research community seems convinced by this new evidence that the small dinosaur and T-Rex are different species. So Dave Hone says, fundamentally and on balance, it looks pretty solid. I and many other people who have said we don't think Nanotyrannus is valid have always said that the main reason for this is we just don't have any apparent adult small skeletons. It's obviously a pretty big deal. So if you're claiming that this is a different dinosaur from T-Rex and not just a small juvenile T-Rex, then you should be able to demonstrate that, hey, this thing is full grown. And that's what they seem to do in the new paper. And this really, really looks like an adult small skeleton. There you go. Steve Brusati at Edinburgh in Scotland says, for many years in my research on tyrannosaurs, I've considered a set of smaller skeletons found in the same rocks as the famous skeletons of huge T-Rexes to be juveniles of T-Rex, rather than a distinctive smaller species. Evidence from this exquisite new specimen shows that I was wrong, at least in part. The case for Nanotyrannus, a species of long-armed tyrannosaur smaller than T-Rex, looks strong, and I think proven beyond a reasonable doubt now. wild. I mean, this is one of those things where the forelimbs, the arm of Nanotyrannus and Tyrannosaurus, adult Tyrannosaurus, they're about the same size, despite this animal being much smaller overall. It's got the same size arms? What? So before, I've explained this away by saying, well, this is a stratigraphic thing. These animals are changing over time. Most of the Nanotyrannus specimens are like from the lower Hell Creek, and we know that it's not really been published, but this is a PersCom sort of thing, personal comment. I've heard from multiple people who work on Tyrannosaurus that, yeah, when you look at them stratigraphically, their arms seem to shrink as you go up in section. From the lower Hell Creek to the upper, it seems like their arms are just getting smaller and smaller. Maybe they're going to get rid of them entirely after a while if the asteroid hadn't hit. And so, if we see big arms low in section on juveniles, well, you know, it comports with this. Easily explained away. But I don't know now, you know? Yeah. So anywho, Thomas Carr, paleontologist at Carthage College in Wisconsin, he's previously argued that all fossils are juvenile T-Rex. All of the purported Nanotyrannus were juvenile T-Rex. Thomas Carr is one of the main proponents of this idea. Has also changed his mind on that front. He says, I think they've shown decisively that the dueler, one of the dueling dinosaurs, is a small adult Tyrannosaur. So I don't have a problem with that at all, he told Live Science. However, Thomas Carr disagrees with the family tree that Zano and Napoli suggest, which has Nanotyrannus as a more primitive group outside of Tyrannosauridae, that family. He says the specimen should be considered a sister species of T-Rex and should be renamed as Tyrannosaurus lancensis, not Nanotyrannus lancensis, or Nanotyrannus lithaeus, which, has that even come up in this press piece yet? So is Jane a new species? Well, here it is. Other parts of Zano and Napoli's paper are more controversial. They examine more than 200 other Tyrannosaur fossils and say that the Jane skeleton differs from both T-Rex and the dueling Nanotyrannus lancensis. Jane should have been slightly larger than the dueler and has a unique sinus pattern in the palate and differently shaped bone behind the eye. Again, this is where we're getting out of histology and into stuff that seems a bit more interpretive. Of course I'm going to say this because I don't work on Tyrannosaurs and I don't know a whole lot about the particulars of their anatomy. But this sort of thing seems much easier to fudge than something like counting the growth rates, the lags in the bone, you know? So yeah. So this leads him to suggest that Jane represents a new species, Nanotyrannus lithaeus, named from the river Leith from Greek mythology, although they haven't yet described it fully. They may have been separated in time, or they may have been overlapping, and that's something we are not sure of yet, Zano said. So there's a chance for an anagenetic lineage or two cladogenetic lineages here. So anagenesis is the evolution of one clade over time without splitting. Anagenesis should be speciation, not specification. They used the wrong word there. Cladogenesis is where you have a split. So that's when you've got two different lineages that split, they're no longer reproducing, they're becoming different species, and they live at the same time. Anagenesis is change over time, so you don't have two species developing at the same time for anagenesis. So what Lindsay and James are saying is that they don't know yet whether there are purported two species of Nanotyrannus, lancensis and lithaeus. They don't know if this is cladogenesis or anagenesis. They're not willing to say confidently whether it's one or the other yet. And good on them for saying that. But yeah, this is going to be more controversial. Naming Jane as a new species? I'm going to be fascinated to hear from other researchers about this at SVP. Yeah. Barring further finds that shed more light on Jane's anatomical features, the distinctions here are sufficient to justify two species. Thomas Holtz, a paleontologist at Maryland, told Live Science in an email, interesting, that many researchers remain unconvinced regarding Jane being a new species. In fact, Scott Williams who has worked on Jane extensively. He appeared in that documentary that we saw. Scott Williams there. So he says lots of lines of evidence. Histo for the North Carolina specimen, the dueling dinosaurs one was compelling to me. Jane is a holotype for now, he says. With a smiley face. I'm going to be excited to talk to Scott about this. See what his thoughts are. But yeah. Anywho. So Steve Brusati says the second described species of Nanotyrannus is based on a small skeleton that clearly had not stopped growing. So I think it's frankly very hard to tell if this was Nanotyrannus or a juvenile T-Rex. Anyway. Yeah. It goes on like this. Again, I'll give you a link. I could talk about this all night long, and I'm sure we will continue to discuss this in the future, especially as I have conversations with people at SVP, and as new papers come out after that too. There's going to be a lot to talk about here. But for the time being, it seems like, shoot, I was wrong. And many of my colleagues and friends seem to have been wrong about this too. It seems like Nanotyrannus might very well be valid. I'll drink to that. Let's pour a little bit more champagne, shall we? Anywho, but with that, I've got to be cognizant of the time here. I've been streaming for more than 4.5 hours at this point, and we have still got to go talk to Casey Snowart about the Vaquita. So we're going to do that. So, yeah. Here. Cheers. Let's, see what Casey's doing. There we go. Let's tune in and say hello. I can join the stream? Well, let's do that.
So you guys, we have hit the $3,000 goal, which is crazy. Also, I'm so sorry. I left the wrong camera on. So let me figure out how to change that.
Wait, hang on. Join. Let's try the notification thing real quick.
Shoot, hold on.
Notify followers.
Oh, there he is.
There I am.
How do I do this? Hey, Danny. Can you hear me?
Hang on. I can hear you, Casey. Can you hear me?
I can, yeah. Chat,
Hang on.
how does
I
Danny
can hear
sound?
you, Casey. Can you hear me?
I can, yeah. Chat, how does Danny sound?
Let's see. Start virtual camera.
I think I did it. Oh my gosh.
And let's see. Just a moment here. It's gonna be wide room view. Okay. Come on now.
It's always tricky.
This might be... I might have to restart it because I think it's being a little bit finicky. Hang on a sec. OBS virtual camera. Yeah, let me hang up and come back because I think it's a Twitch glitch. Hang on.
No problem. I'll send another invite.
Okay. All right, hang on, chat. We're going to try and get this to work.
Cool. Let me get that invite going.
And OBS virtual camera. Confirm. Okay.
Hey, perfect.
Excellent.
All right. How do we look, chat? Do you guys see both of us? Hear both of us?
There we go. I'm not sure they can see you on my screen, Casey, just because... Here. You're kind of cut off. Let me see if I can... Here. Alt. Control. No, that doesn't work. Shift. Nope. You're kind of shunted off to the side, so I can just see your right shoulder right now.
Oh, great. It's a good view. Hmm. I mean, I can try to move my camera. It just might mess up the.
I wish it would let
Um,
us shift these around.
so one thing I've done is to duplicate the cam, like my source, and then like
Uh-huh.
move it wherever I want to on like move it on your end, if that's helpful, or I can move stuff around too. Um,
I don't know if that would solve it just because it's like
Let me
it's
see if
got
I
you
can.
in widescreen and it's got me in full screen. And you're gosh darn it.
How's this? Is that better?
No, hang on. Yeah, that doesn't seem to be having any effect at all on
That's weird.
how you're showing up on the camera. Let's
Do you
see.
have it cropped funny?
I don't
Should I
have it
just
cropped. I
lean?
just that's you're showing up right there, but that might be a little
Lean.
ridiculous. I don't know. Can you switch to a different scene maybe?
Maybe. Let's see. I only have these two scenes. It looks like uh wait, hold on. Let me try one more thing.
Okay.
If I just move my camera like so that doesn't have any effect at all when I move my camera?
It doesn't, no. If
That's
you want to
very
pull up
strange.
my stream right now and just take a look and mute it so you don't get an
Oh, I
echo,
do see.
you could see the issue. Yeah.
So are you which browser source do you have copied? You might have the shared browser source copied. Do you
Ooh,
have my
yeah,
individual?
good question. Let's see here. Mm-hmm.
You guys get to see our lovely goals that we've hit.
Congrats on those, by the way.
Oh my
Holy
gosh, it's been
cow.
crazy.
Let's see. Include my camera. Invite guests. You know what I'm going to do instead is let's do this. That way, okay. That solves it for my end.
Oh, perfect.
And let me just do this where I'll get rid of. No, this might not help actually.
Well, you look good on my side.
Yeah. There's going to be a weird delay between where I'm talking here and I think I don't. What do you think, chat?
Yeah. Chat, how do you feel?
Kindred Soul says that works, but I'm concerned about the delay here.
Mm.
Again, professional streamers here, you know?
Yeah, listen. I haven't used Stream Together in a while. I usually try to like test it first because I always forget all the quirks.
Uh-huh.
But that's I mean
I'm sorry I didn't have time for that today. Things have been crazy busy.
it's okay. I honestly didn't either, so
Yeah.
it's fine.
Yeah.
Well, it's fine on my stream. Switch me
Okay.
in the goals. Well, here while we think about this, how was your stream, Danny? Thank you again for streaming for Save the Vaquita week. I know you were talking about the historic, I guess, like, the paleontological history of the vaquita. Do you mind giving like a brief recap?
Not so much about that because to my knowledge, there isn't a fossil record for the vaquita. It's thought to have diverged from the Burmeister's porpoise not too long ago. I think like within the last 10 million years, something like that, maybe.
Okay.
So I don't know. I didn't actually look into that. I'm kind of assuming that we don't really have a fossil record for them, but I think they're thought to be related to the Burmeister's porpoise through non-morphological genetic data. But we talked mostly about, I guess, about their conservation and how they could still come back from the brink of extinction. That is a concern that I've heard from a lot of people, is that these critters, their population is so small nowadays. Like, if there's only a dozen individuals left, how can you expect them to bounce back from that?
Yeah.
So we talked about critters like the condor. You know, there were only 27 individuals of those left in the world back in when that conservation project was started to recapture them all or not recapture, capture them, make them extinct in the wild in order to save them.
Oh boy. Conundrum.
Yeah. So yeah, that was That was cool. We got a lot of questions about it, so we got a little bit sidetracked. I didn't even really talk too much about their biology or anything like that. But yeah, and we kept glancing over at your stream every once in a while to see that the donation goal bounce up and just see all of those goals be exceeded. And what is the goal right now, by the way?
I'm actually trying to figure out how to raise it.
Okay, nice. Yeah.
Yeah, we actually hit. I have some very dumb emotes now, thanks to chat. I was not expecting to get this high. If anyone
Uh-huh.
has a dumb emote they want to share, feel free to spam it. But yeah, we just passed the 3,000 mark for porpoise.org, which is crazy.
Okay.
And the next goal, if we hit it, is I'm gonna do a giveaway for. Oh, jeez. Gonna do a giveaway for a 12 by 18.
Oh. Hang on, something just happened.
They're in a vial. Thank you so much. Is that too loud on your end? I forgot to check that before I
It sounds good to me, but we can let chat decide.
Sorry, I'm just switching scenes really fast just to show the print. But yeah, this is the next goal is to give away one of these 12 by 18 prints here. So I don't know if you guys could see that at all, but I don't know. It's only my third time using Stream Together, so forgive any noobishness here. But yeah, we've raised a ton of money for porpoise.org, and thank you, by the way, for a few people came in and donated saying that you had sent them over to donate. So thank you to anybody who came from Danny's stream.
Fantastic.
Danny,
I'm so glad to hear that.
yourself, thank you also for donating. I've been
Yeah.
putting names down on anybody who donates. They get to go on this sign that Julie22 has made and gifted me after TwitchCon. And on the back here, we have like 3 columns of donors.
Holy moly.
Yeah.
Look at that.
It's crazy.
Shoot. That is fantastic. Holy cow, Casey.
I mean, it's really this whole community. Like, thank you everybody so much. This is the whole reason I got pushed to partner, was so that I could try and get this on the front page. Danny,
and now
actually,
here
we've
you
been
are.
talking about yeah. Well, it's because everybody has been so supportive, and Danny included. We've been bragging on you a lot, showing off this little porpoise. For those who don't know, Danny is the one who 3D printed this little porpoise. It's gone through a few names. I've been telling chat to tell me their best nickname because I'm still indecisive. I've heard Bessie,
Yeah.
Bonnie for Bonita Vaquita.
Okay.
Somebody else said Diego. I believe it was Diego because I don't know if you know this, but there's a vaquita that they've named Frida after Frida Kahlo, and she
Right,
has been
yeah.
having calves. Yeah, and so I think Diego was the name of her husband. So somebody said they wanted to call him Diego.
Diego Rivera, correct?
Yeah. Exactly. So
That's
I'm
awesome.
kind of letting chat pick the nicknames, but Danny made this. I kind of spray painted the face. It was a collab, but I really do appreciate it. This has been a great talking piece. Yeah, you have good instincts, turns out, obviously, when it comes to promotion and getting people interested in the topic. So thank you again for that. And people have been really, really shocked to learn how small the vaquita is.
That's one of the reasons why I was so enthusiastic about 3D printing one for you. Just so you could show people at a glance, be like, yeah, this is life size. Here I am holding it in my arms, you know?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. I'm currently trying to get this to work properly so I'm not on screen twice here. Because it looks a little goofy. No, it's not your fault. It's just, I don't know. If we'd had time, we would have figured this sort of thing out in advance. But this is a live broadcast. This is just how it works on Twitch. So, yeah.
It's true. It's true.
And we just got a raid from Actual Education here. Excellent.
Hey, Actual Education. We can get a shout out for you. Fantastic educational streamer. Got to meet you at TwitchCon as well. Thank you again for saying hi and for coming by. We're on the front page of Twitch here with Paleontologizing, talking about, conservation, really. I mean, Danny and I were on a panel together about education and conservation on Twitch, and a lot of people have been talking about this animal this week.
It's really exciting. I mean, holy cow. Tell me about some of the other people outside of Twitch who have been really excited about this. Like, because you've been garnering a lot of attention for the Vaquita outside of this platform. Let's talk about that for a minute.
For sure. So actually we have porpoise.org here in the chat. Shout out to them. they run International Save the Vaquita Day. Here is, I don't know if you can see this on your stream, Danny, or if I need to make it smaller.
I can see it there, yeah.
Okay, cool. There should be a link in the chat that I believe goes to your stream as well, which is one of the benefits of Stream Together, I think.
Yeah, excellent.
If we can make this smaller, but if you guys click that, you can actually click the names of all of the streamers who are involved in Save the Vaquita Week, is what I'm calling it. We're here on Monday, but we've got artists, gamers, scientists. We've even got a food streamer that is giving me endless amounts of joy for the title of their stream. Infectious Karma is the name, but the title of their stream is going to be, get ready, chat. Fajitas for Vaquitas, you guys. Yes.
Beautiful.
I think it's great. And I more importantly, I think it's really cool that so many different streamers and different categories of streamer from all over Twitch are interested in helping. And it's just, I don't know, it's really heartwarming and humbling that so many people like yourself and many others have wanted to get involved and like tell their communities about this animal. And I get really excited thinking about like, I can only reach so many people, you can only reach so many people, but together we can all reach a huge variety of people across this platform. And it might be a little naive or optimistic, but I really do think Twitch can help save the Vaquita. And you guys
Absolutely.
here in the chat are helping, like by lurking. Anyone on the front page who's listening in, I keep telling people like just tell somebody about this animal. You don't have to have a streaming platform or money to help. I mean, anybody can talk about this animal. Literally, all you have to do is look up a picture of the Vaquita, and anybody is gonna fall in love with this cute little face. You
Right.
know?
They're just incredibly charismatic animals. And I think
Yeah.
when people see how cute this animal is and they understand that there's fewer than 20 of them left alive in the world,
Yeah.
that's incredibly compelling. So I'm so happy that you've been able to bring so much attention to this animal.
Well,
And
I'm honored to be able to.
yeah, me too. Shoot. And one thing that I was actually really surprised by, I won't say who it was in particular, but I was talking with a prominent scientist the other day, director of a major scientific institution, and he'd never heard of the vaquita before. He didn't know what I was talking about when I mentioned it. And yeah, even people who are extraordinarily well educated, people who are active in conservation of other kinds of critter, even some of them have not heard about this animal yet. And so I think what you're doing here, Casey, is in reaching such a wide audience here on Twitch, you're making a real difference. Because if people don't know that this animal exists, and if they don't know the peril that it's in, then how are they ever going to be able to help it, you know?
Right. No, I appreciate that, but I keep saying like I could not do this by myself. Like when I first started this event, I was just hoping, and some of you've heard me say this, but I was just hoping that like one person per day, was my goal. Is like maybe a different streamer per day that we can focus on. We had over 30 signups for this event from all different corners of Twitch. I've just been absolutely floored, and like a huge variety of community types too. We've got IRL streamers and VTubers and people who use cams and science communicators and people who just like have a secret biology degree and they've never talked about education and they're like, oh
Right.
yeah, actually somebody I met at TwitchCon, shout out to Shlaka. I met him at TwitchCon. He's a game streamer. His wife is a marine conservationist and actually has a class that she was just talking to about the vaquita because of this event and talking about sustainable fishing. And they're both going to be on tomorrow doing something they've never done before, which is like a co-educational stream, which I just like the teacher nerd in me gets really excited about that because
That's awesome. That is so cool.
yeah.
Holy cow. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that shout out.
It does make me wonder whether you'd want to make this a regular event, an annual thing, Casey. Would you be open to that?
Definitely, yeah, yeah. I know Porpoise.org has seemed, obviously is super on board too, and I don't I've been thinking for a while about doing some kind of like semi-regular conservation stuff. There's a lot of animals. I mean, we talked about this on the panel, but there's a lot of animals that need help. And I really feel like anybody could just pick an animal that you're really passionate about. I mean, Danny, you're getting involved with the leatherback sea turtle, which is
Oh, yeah.
so cool, and I'm so excited to hear more about how we can help with that. But yeah, I'd love to make this a more regular part of my stream. For
Awesome.
sure.
Yeah, and I'm enthusiastic about helping in whatever way I can. This is so cool. And again, I think it goes to show that Twitch is a wonderful platform for this kind of thing. And people aren't really thinking about that yet in the way that they should be. Like the potential for conservation outreach and education that's something that's been largely unexplored up until this point. So I hope that the folks who run Twitch are also paying attention to this too, because holy cow, is this the perfect platform for doing this kind of thing?
Yeah. No, I
Yeah.
hope so too. And I really like I know you got like you and science streams and so many of the science and communication folks here on Twitch have done so much to like promote educate. I mean, congratulations also. I mean, I know I've said it before, but on becoming a Twitch ambassador, like folks, we have an ambassador here with us today. A science and education ambassador. Two or three of you now. I think it's right. It's you and science and Tiny Toxic Tofu.
Yep.
Are there any
Yeah.
others?
3 scientists. Hopefully, more to come too. We'll see. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm sure if Belinda has anything to say about it, I'm sure.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I'm really excited. I think Twitch is a very untapped platform for spreading awareness about things. I mean, look at all the charities that happen
Yep.
here, and
And
so much support.
and Alvea Sanctuary too, a little closer to home with animal conservation and animal welfare. It's really cool what they've been doing as well. Thank you, Guiber, in the chat for mentioning that. What they're doing is amazing. So again, further proof that this is a great place for doing that. Twitch is such an excellent platform for this kind of conservation outreach and fundraising. And I'm really excited to be kind of, to a certain extent, on the forefront of this.
Yeah.
It's super cool. I hope you're super proud, Casey, of what you've been able to do here. Did you think you were actually gonna A, get partner, and B, be on the front page?
Not even
I mean,
a little. No. No, I just.
I knew it was gonna be. I knew it was gonna happen, but yeah.
It's strange though because like I just started kind of getting back into streaming in early 2024, and I not to go into the whole history, but I I just the internet's really scary, and I've been a very habitual lurker on the internet for a very long time, but like putting yourself out there is scary, and I've just been so humbled by the way that like the science community and the art community have just kind of embraced and been so supportive, and I don't know, I very much enjoy hanging out with everybody here, and thank you to everybody in the chat who comes and hangs out on our streams, and like you are a big part. I just want to be really clear, like you guys are a big part of what makes this platform so special. Like the community here on Twitch is fantastic, and um I don't know, like you guys are changing things like by lurking, by spreading the word about science communication on Twitch or education or I can't tell how many people I've told about, hey, did you know there's a guy who digs at dinosaurs on Twitch? Did you know you can watch that? It doesn't have to be video games. Not that there's anything wrong with video games, but like, or there's a
Ontogeny.
biologist who'll look at things under the microscope.
Congrats
Like,
to
that's really
KC
cool.
2 less than
People
3
don't
less
think
than
about,
3 less than 3.
especially the state of funding and education right now. It's just I think people are kind of hungry for like ways to get good information, and I really think like Twitch could be a great resource for that. And I appreciate you guys like kind of leading the charge with that and inspiring me to think that I could, you know, maybe add an educational component to like just being a little art streamer who talks about animals sometimes.
I mean, you're already doing that. It's not a hypothetical. You're there. And to what you were saying too about the internet being kind of a scary place, it certainly can be, but Twitch is often kind of a safe haven there. There's that old phrase that there's that phrase on this platform that, well, the chat reflects the streamer. And I think in your case, particularly, Casey, that is true. You've been able to foster such a wonderful community here, and that's a reflection of who you are as a person. And I think everybody in the chat will agree with that sentiment.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, and I don't know, this idea that we've got like a big event that you've been able to put together with so many different streamers all excited about this endangered porpoise. That's pretty special. I don't feel like I haven't been able to participate in a lot of stuff like this before. So I'm honored to be able to be a part of it, and I don't know, it's working. You're on the front page right now, so that's a big deal. With all of this added exposure and everything. Sorry, I interrupted you. What were you saying?
No, no, no. I was just chuckling along. It's very surreal to me to be on the front page after like being an internet lurker for like 10 years and like struggling
This
to
is
be
the
seen
Rosetta
in the
Stone
art
of
world
meat-eating
and social
dinosaurs.
media.
And there is no such a thing as a
Anyway, go on.
Rosetta
What were you
Stone
gonna?
in science.
Sorry, I'm trying to turn off my alerts right now, and
It belongs in a museum.
they are off. I don't know why we're still getting audio from them. That's bizarre. But
I don't hear anything.
okay, good.
Yeah.
Apologies to everybody in chat who heard that. But yeah, since you've got so many people watching right now, have you had any new or interesting questions that you weren't expecting about the vaquita?
Oh man, we've had a lot today. Um, I think honestly my biggest takeaway is frankly kind of the same takeaway that we've been talking about is just that so many people don't know this animal exists.
Right.
But I think what's really exciting, and thank you so much for those donations, by the way, guys. I will be adding everyone's name to this big sign in a second, but I guess most of the questions, one of the questions I didn't quite know how to anticipate that I hadn't heard before, I guess, was a lot of people were interested in like how are we tracking the existing vaquita, right? Like
Right.
how are we sure we have population numbers accurate? Which is like we honestly don't right now. It's my understanding. Thank you, Red Panda. Um, we can use like sorry, my TTS is very loud.
I can't hear anything, so you're all good.
That's great. That's great.
Yeah.
We have the survey, and everybody keeps hearing this number of like how there's 10 left, and that's very dismal, right? But what I've been trying to, and I hope I'm not being like a glass half full person and giving false optimism, but I really do think like there's a lot of signs, especially this year, that these animals are surviving outside of that survey range. I don't know if
Sure.
you've seen those maps, you probably have, but the survey area is very small compared to their actual range. And for anyone in chat who doesn't know this, type exclamation point Vaquita in my chat if you want to find links to it. But they're only able to look at a small area, and there are acoustic readings all around outside of that place that they are observing. And actually, this year, or at least within the last 12 months, they were able to see a former juvenile that they hadn't seen in 6 years. So there is evidence that they are surviving outside of that
Seems
survey
to
area,
me.
which I find extremely optimistic. It's like, okay,
Yeah.
there are individuals that have been able to make a living outside of this protected, no boat zone. For those who don't know, there's these big blocks that they've sunk into this area, this no tolerance zone, have big hooks, and they're grabbing nets out of the water with them, which is great. Fishermen have basically stopped fishing in that area. But outside of that area, fishing is continuing. But somehow some individuals have managed to survive for years, even without the protection of those big hooks to capture those nets. So it to me it's optimistic that we've seen individuals we haven't seen in years. We've got two calves potentially, definitely at least one calf this year, but two. And then also a pregnant female. I don't know if did you see the video
We did
of
see
the
that, yeah, a couple times.
Okay.
Yeah, so potentially two new calves and a gravid female.
Yeah.
It's a big deal, and that's again within the survey area too. So this could be happening outside of the survey area as well, and we wouldn't necessarily know. One other piece of news that I felt like wasn't emphasized enough is that apparently they didn't find any gill nets this year during the survey in the protected area. So those measures are working, and this is a haven for these animals that they're not going to drown in gill nets there as long as these efforts continue. That's really important. It's really important, and a reason for optimism here. Yeah, we were talking about the condor earlier, California condor, and how the mortality for those animals is still very high in the wild. A lot of those condors are still dying by, getting lead poisoning ingested from lead bullets from hunters and that sort of thing. And so they're able to, their population is being replenished through the captive breeding program, but they're still having high mortality out in the wild. With the vaquita, we can't breed them in captivity, at least not yet. I don't think anybody wants to try anytime soon after what happened with that last one who tragically died in captivity. But the thing is, they're surviving out in the wild right now if you can remove those gill nets. That is reason for celebration.
For sure.
Yeah. how did you feel when you first heard that? Because that was what, the 28th, I think, when they released that information.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I was. For those who don't know, I was gone for most of October. I went to TwitchCon for 3 days, carried a vaquita around, and then the following weekend I was at Lightbox, also passing out these little cards that had the QR code about the vaquita week and these little stickers. Which, by the way, if you donate, you can get a sticker if you donate over $25. I was talking to so many people about this animal, and then I was able to get away. I don't know if I told you this. I was able to get away very briefly. If anyone wants to check it out, I made a brief appearance on the International Save the Vaquita Day symposium that they put on
Very
to
cool.
to promote the Vaquita event, talk about everything people here on Twitch are doing, and just kind of getting people excited. Porpoise.org actually blasted this out to their entire news. I guess their newsletter. So we got like
Awesome.
thousands of people who are aware of this event, which is super cool. Um, and I was able to talk about that. And then they had a media embargo still at that time, and it was the 28th that they officially announced that. And I was driving through the mountains back to Colorado, like trying desperately to hear the survey results. So yeah, I was waiting with bated breath for sure. I was really disappointed that we weren't able to hear it on International State of Key today, but yeah, it was me and my mom actually. For those who don't know, we were traveling together, and yeah, we found out about that survey number, and then actually a little shortly after, I got the email that I was going to be on the front page. So I found out pretty recently.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was a little embarrassing too because I didn't. I have to be honest. I don't know I don't know why I thought this, but I thought when you applied for front page that they just gave you a 1 hour time slot out of that 8 hour window.
Not always. No, not for something important like this. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. And I was like, I messaged Blint to let him know I got front page and to ask for some tips because he had offered to help. And I was like, hey, do you know which 1 hour slot is gonna? Because I was really confused by the email because it just said 12 to 8. And he was like, oh no, it's the whole time. And so I'm like driving through the mountains with my mom. I tell her our jaws are both like on the floor, and I'm hearing about this vaquita, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I have so much to do. But this whole month has been very like vaquita intense, I would say,
Yeah,
for me. And it's
absolutely.
it's really cool that all these people have come together to support it. Thank you to everybody for coming in and saying hi, and to anyone watching who met either of us at TwitchCon. Thank you for stopping in and just I don't know. It's been really gratifying and invigorating how many people are interested in conservation. And I actually wanted to throw back a question that you asked, if it's okay, if you have some time.
Yeah,
I don't
of
know how much
course.
time you have.
Uh-huh.
But you asked a question at one of the panels, and I wanted to know. Thank you, Kindred Soul. I wanted to know what misunderstandings about conservation do you
Uh-huh.
find that you have to confront often? Because we talked about that at the panel, but I'd love to hear your thoughts if you have a story.
Yeah, I think I don't know, the one that rankles me the most. I don't know if it's the most common or the most surprising, but there's this idea that, oh, well, conservation's a lost cause,
Mm.
uh these animals are going to go extinct anyway, and well, animals always go extinct. That's just what the fossil record shows us. As a paleontologist, I hear this and I go, no, because all the organisms that we have alive on our planet now, their descendants go all the way back to the beginning of life on Earth. That is an unbroken chain of survival up until the present. And a lot of species do end up going extinct, sure. And sometimes that's due to, you know, kind of gradual natural causes, and sometimes it's due to catastrophes like an asteroid impacting the Earth. And increasingly, nowadays, it's due to human actions.
Yeah.
I think it's reassuring for a lot of people to think, well, these are just natural processes and species only exist for so long and they go extinct, so we don't really have to worry about it. And that's, as a paleontologist, I really want to push back hard against that idea. Like most of the species that are going extinct right now on our planet, ones whose numbers are dwindling, they're disappearing, it's because of what we're doing as human beings. Changing the climate, polluting, overhunting and overfishing, introducing invasive species to environments where they don't belong, all these things like that. I think a lot of folks don't recognize how much of an impact we as human beings have on this planet. And when you, as a paleontologist, can look back into Earth's past and see times when there weren't human beings present, changing all these things, you can get kind of a picture of what the natural state is and then compare that to what's happening today. So you could tell how stark a difference it is. So
Yeah.
That's, I think, the biggest thing. People thinking, well, these are lost causes. Stuff just happens naturally. We don't have any bearing on this as human beings. We absolutely.
And it's therefore likely that we're here today because,
I agree.
by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
Welcome in, Doom Fruit. If we can get a shout out for Doom, thank you so much for coming in for Save the Vaquita Week. Really appreciate your support. We are here talking with Paleontologizing for a little bit on the front page of Twitch. But if you have any art you want to share, my mods can give you a link permit. Here, I'm going to show this off. I know we just showed it already, but I'm so proud. I'm so proud to own this. Thank you again, Danny.
Oh yeah.
This Vaquita that Danny made and gifted me at TwitchCon. If you haven't met the Vaquita yet, it has many names, but Vaquita means little cow. So if you have a favorite name for a cow, maybe let us know.
I suggested Bessie. Yeah.
I do like Bessie. Yeah, I'm a fan of really dumb names like Moo, but I think some people Bonita Vaquita is funny. Diego, the husband of Frida Kahlo, is also good. So I'm just gonna let chat. You can nickname the Vaquita whatever you want. It's your Vaquita too, chat. So. But anyway, Doom, thank you so much for rating in. And yeah, we're just talking conservation and celebrating some successes actually with this highly endangered creature. There's fewer than 20 left for those who don't know. The image on the screen is what you get if you go to !Vaquita on my channel. I don't know if that pops up in your channel or not, but this is the event page. Maybe you can click it.
I can see it on the screen. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, if you want to know more about the Vaquita, there's an FAQ page. There's an event schedule. You can see all the streamers who are streaming this week. Danny was streaming about it earlier. I don't know if I told you this, but K Passionate is actually going to be streaming about this as well on Saturday.
That's really good to hear. Awesome.
Yeah, and I didn't know this about K Passionate, but apparently she was actually slated to be on the Vaquita CPR team. The team that was the team that was going to go and make this captive breeding program. So I'm really excited to hear what K Passionate has to say, what insights she's like, this is really close to my heart, and she has a lot of good genetic info she wants to talk about. So if anyone's into science, which I know you guys are, definitely earmark some of these science streams as well. But anyway, welcome in, everybody.
Well, that's awesome. And again, it goes to show like we've got so many scientists who are on this platform nowadays. This is one of the things that I'm going to be talking about when I go to the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology conference in just a few days here. Going to be really making the point that like, hey, should be more paleontologists here on Twitch. Yeah. We've got marine biologists, we've got conservation folks, we've got geneticists and cognitive scientists and volcanologists and geologists and astronomers, and yeah, I don't know. It makes me proud to be part of this whole enterprise and be doing cool stuff like Save the Vaquita Week. Yeah, can you tell me about your avenue over here, Casey? Art. What kind of cool art have people been producing of the Vaquita?
Oh my gosh, so many. We actually have, so on my channel, we do community puzzles actually when I'm doing like co-working streams. And we had a lot of artists who actually submitted their pieces to be turned into puzzles. I can show you a few that have been done. But if you want to see some, come do a puzzle with us. But we had like Cass W Art did this beautiful piece. I can pull it up on Blue Sky if you guys want to see. But if you go to any social media platform, I've been really encouraging the use of hashtag Save the Vaquita. So that you can find art, so that you can find people who are passionate about this animal and just share something, repost some artwork that you think is really pretty. We've had Cup of Joe was on last night raising money and does pixel art and did this really cute. This isn't the finished piece. But hopefully you can see that on screen, but I don't know why it's not letting me click. But basically did this like pixel art. Everybody could make their own Vaquita if they donated.
Very cool.
This was the piece that Cass W Art made, a beautiful postcard that you can still get. If we can get a shout out actually on my channel for Cass W Art, you can still go to their Ko-fi and purchase it for $10. And they actually, it was so cool, said that they were going to take any postcards that didn't sell. They're just going to gift to porpoise.org to use for marketing or for whatever they'd like. So there's been some really, really cool, just really cool stuff coming out of this. Actually, I don't know if he's gonna fall through. Maybe I shouldn't say live on stream, but he's told me multiple times. Pablo Rivera, the paleo artist that I met at Lightbox, he said he was going to do a Vaquita piece. So keep your eyes peeled. for
Awesome.
Pablo.
Very, very cool. All right.
Yeah, so there's been a lot of, I mean, I really do think art is such a good avenue for conservation and awareness. Like it's a visual medium, obviously, it's eye-catching. And if you're not an artist, um, we also have a coloring page. You can do a coloring page. If you come to my chat and type color, exclamation point color, there's a link to Julius Satoni. I'm not sure how to say his name, but he is an artist that works. He's a paleo artist, a naturalist
Yeah.
artist, painter, and he's created a little coloring page for people to use. You can print that out. You
I
can
didn't
mail it
see
to
that.
the
That's awesome. I need to
representative.
check that out. Yeah. I'll probably see him at
Yeah.
SVP next week.
Oh,
So,
no
yeah.
way. Tell him I
Yeah.
said hi.
I certainly will. Yeah. I'll thank him for participating. That's awesome.
Yeah, he was on the International Save the Vaquita Day. He does that every year, and they do like a new vaquita piece. But here's his coloring page that he made. It's really nice. Like you can print this out and color it, or mail it to a representative, or
Very
post it on
cool.
social media. You know, give it to a kid. You know, give it to your school. He's encouraging use of this in any way. Like art is a great medium for this, and I really do feel like again, it's just an overlooked avenue, I think, here on Twitch to like get your communities excited in whatever thing you're good at, whether it's science or art, or if there's there's reading and writing now on Twitch. There's um, game dev. You could make a game featuring endangered animals. Like there's so many different ways to get involved, and I think it's been really cool to see the impact of this. I mean, we've raised over $3,000. I think closer to 4,000 with all the other people who've raised money this week so far, and we're only on day 2. So I'm just really excited to hopefully see some really cool impact and maybe get, like you said, get some scientists or some conservation orgs like thinking about using Twitch a little more as like a platform for spreading awareness for things like this. You've got a captive audience. I know I've said this before, but maybe it's the teacher in me, but it's like a live huge classroom. You've got
It really is. Yeah.
you've got the mic. You can and you can. That's a lot of power. And if you're trying to be well researched on things, you can really spread a lot of good information here on this platform. I think.
Absolutely. Yeah. And the fact that it's interactive as well, that it
Mhm.
can be a conversation in addition to being a lecture. Um, like that's really impactful as well. And I think that's something that can be used to the advantage of all different kinds of educators and scientists and
Right.
artists. Yeah, I don't know. I feel very lucky to be here. It's it's been pretty cool. Yeah.
It has been very cool. Yeah, and
Yeah.
if you have a little, I don't know what time you need to go. I was gonna ask maybe one more question.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
But feel free to jump off if you need to run.
Yeah,
I'm just
probably
curious
pretty
if you
soon,
have,
but yeah. Go for it.
yeah. I'm just really curious if you have like a favorite conservation story, I guess, or like I don't know, something that you find really inspiring about conservation that you want to share before you head out.
Yeah, we talked about this on my stream earlier today. We went from vaquitas to condors to, of course, frequent topic nowadays, leatherback turtles on my channel. For anybody who's unfamiliar with me, I work on dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I dig up, what I publish on in the scientific literature. But back in May, I had an opportunity to go to Puerto Rico for the first time to investigate some family history and stuff. And one thing that I was continually surprised by was finding leatherback turtle nests on almost every beach that I visited in Puerto Rico. It's just all over the place. And they were roped off with signs saying like, this is a leatherback turtle nest, don't disturb it, they're protected by Fish and Wildlife, all this stuff. And I'd always known that these were really special animals. They're unique creatures. They're the world's largest turtle. They can grow to almost 2,000 pounds. They've got incredibly long migrations. They migrate all the way across the Pacific or the Atlantic Ocean. There's just superlative in so many different ways. And I recognized that, like, well, shoot, I have a platform here on Twitch now. I can get involved with their research and conservation. So that's something that I'm working on, kind of in the same way that Casey's working on vaquitas. But in looking into leatherback turtles, there's so many different threats that they face, from like getting caught in fishing nets like the vaquita to ingesting plastic pollution or having their nests raided by people. There's just so many different things that threaten them. But one particular story that I thought was really, really cool is on the island of Trinidad, there were people who for generations had, taken the eggs from leatherback nests or even just slaughtered the female turtles on the beach while they're trying to lay their eggs. And this is something that people have been doing for a long time and was considered really normal. But then a few folks recognized that, hey, leatherback turtles are endangered. Their populations are dwindling.
Yeah.
We need to stop this behavior right now. And so a lot of the same people who used to be poachers, essentially, they've turned around into being conservationists. So now they're benefiting not from killing these turtles, but from bringing tourists in to show them these remarkable animals. And that's how a lot of these people are making their living nowadays, is by, bringing in people to be able to commune with these animals. So they've turned turtles from a resource that they exploit into a resource that they can benefit from through tourism dollars. So they've gone from killing these animals to protecting them. Just a complete 180 there. And it's often the same exact people who have completely changed like this. And I think that's really inspiring. It could be a model for conserving a bunch of different animals around the world. And I dearly hope that maybe a similar thing could be accomplished with vaquita. Maybe some of the people who are out there, fishing illegally with gill nets, if they could find a way to benefit from these animals being alive and from tourists coming to see them, that could be good for the vaquita. It could be good for these local communities as well. People can make more money saving the vaquita than accidentally killing it. That could be huge,
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I think that is one of the most powerful things to take away about conservation that I think a lot of people don't understand is exactly what you said, is that poachers aren't like this black and white, like bad guy,
Right.
Captain Planet kind of stereotype. It's very like usually people who are just struggling to feed their families. And very often those folks, just like Danny said, for those who don't know, like poachers very often become the protectors of the animals they used to poach. And in some cases, like in Africa especially, these poachers are actually really adept at it because they know exactly how the other poachers are operating, so
Right.
they can
Yeah.
stop it. Like it makes sense, it's conservation. The big takeaway I think is it's not just a like an animal loving, tree hugging thing. It's a humanitarian effort. Like
Yep.
you have a humanitarian crisis when you have an endangered animal, almost always. There's people who are struggling to live and they're just doing the best they can. And it could be lack of education or resources or both, but there's a way to solve that problem. And I love that. I love that you've got leatherbacks being protected now by the very people who used to hunt them. That's awesome.
Right. And I think it also speaks to this larger idea as well that, everything on our planet is connected. Not just in terms of like, these complex ecosystems have all kinds of different players and they all have impacts upon one another, but also if you want to help protect animals like the leatherback or the vaquita, you have to improve the lives of the people in those areas as well. Like all of this is connected too. You can't just come in and protect these animals and, not do anything for the people in these local communities. It's not going to work.
Yeah.
It's almost like a rising tide lifting all boats. You have to improve conditions for people in those communities if you want to protect the animals that they, might be exploiting. So, yeah.
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 And one final thing to your point, actually, about the hope that maybe vaquita could one day be a part of an ecotourism economy.
Yeah.
Something that was really cool that I actually didn't pick up the first time I listened to the International Save the Vaquita Day, but I heard today when we were streaming, when we watched part of it.
Yeah.
They've actually been inviting the fishermen onto the boats and like going out and doing surveys with them and like showing them what they're doing, showing them what to look for,
Right.
how to spot vaquita, how to like save these acoustic monitoring tools, and just getting them involved and caring about the animal. I think that's a first step for sure. Is that right there, that olive branch, if you
Absolutely.
will, of like come join us. Super cool what they're doing. Yeah.
It's effective, like in order to get people to care about something, you have to show it to them. And if you want them to learn about it, you have to get them to care about it. And yeah, in a sense, that's kind of what we're doing here on Twitch too. Like this is outreach. We're trying to reach people who otherwise wouldn't receive this message. So it's important for doing education about critters like this, and it's also important for their conservation. So it all kind of flows together. It's a wonderful confluence. Like it's so cool that you're using this platform on Twitch to raise awareness and funds for vaquita conservation. Just I don't know. I'm proud to be a part of it, and kudos to you, Casey. Holy cow! I should go in a minute, but I wish I could stay all night and talk about this. It's
No.
it's such a privilege to be able to talk about something that we're passionate about and have people listen and get excited about it. That's a big deal, and I don't ever want to become jaded about that kind of thing. I've been doing this for a while now, and I know you've just recently become partner, but sure you've got big things ahead of you, Casey. Like, there's exciting things coming up for you. I can't imagine you getting jaded about this kind of thing, so it's not advice that I have to give you. But I got to remind myself, like, nobody has to listen to me here. Nobody has to pay attention to what I'm saying. And yet people do, and that's such a privilege and an honor and a responsibility. And, you know, I want to use that for the best causes that I can think of, and I don't know. I'm proud to be part of this, so thank you for the opportunity, Casey.
No, thank you for being a part of it. If everyone does a little, it adds up to a lot, like I like to say. So
Absolutely. Yeah.
thank you. Well, thank you so
Cool.
much for being a part of this and letting us have some of your time. I'll let you off the hook, but I really appreciate the chat. And yeah, hope you have a great rest of your evening. And thank you to Danny's community. Can we get one more shout out for Paleontologizing? Please go follow if you haven't already. He's doing really cool stuff over there with science communication here on Twitch. If you didn't know that existed, now you do. So go follow.
Thank you, Casey. Appreciate it. Good luck with the rest of Vaquita Week. I'm excited to see what else happens here. It's this is exciting. I'm hoping this is the first of many high impact events like this. So, thank you, Casey.
I agree. You have a good one. We'll catch you later.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. And bye to Danny's chat as well. Let me see.
All right. And there we go. I think, let's see, chat, can you see and hear me right now? I think we've ended the collaboration thing successfully. Excellent. Well, shoot. Super excited. Again, what a privilege to be part of this. Casey is doing some really awesome stuff with vaquita conservation, and I wish this month hadn't been so busy. I'm excited for next year. Hopefully I can prepare more things and I don't know, have some lead time where we can get stuff ready, do some special stuff for Saving the Vaquita Week. But what I've been able to participate in now has been a joy. And I'm excited to see what this turns into. With that said, I've been streaming for 5.5 hours at this point. I've got a bunch of stuff to do. I've got emails to send. I got to write part of the poster for Andrew Milner. He's going to be presenting at SVP. I got to make sure that I get that to him before too long. So let's go ahead and wrap things up here. And I don't have a vaquita, but I have another kind of mammal we can put under our credits. A Smilodon. And let's go right into Casey Snowart, shall we? Help her with those viewership numbers. Not like she needs it on the front page. But, yeah. Thank you to everybody about to be named in our credits here. Hang on, looks like we might have to restart the credit. No, there we go. Thank you, everybody. From new followers and raiders to cheerers and gifters and subscribers, the people who support this channel financially, make it possible for me to do this full time. It's a dream come true, and I am incredibly grateful for the opportunity. Thank you also to our moderators for coming in and day out and keeping this a safe and welcoming community for everybody. I don't think I could do this without you mods, so I appreciate you more than you know. And you are acknowledged. There's a special thanks to you in the acknowledgements on my SVP poster as well. Maybe I can show that off tomorrow if we have time. Anyway, let's go right into Casey Snowart. Get those numbers up just a little bit higher. I will see everybody tomorrow. We're going to be interviewing Dyson Dinosaur Filippo Bertozzo on his new paper. Comes out tomorrow, I think, so very excited for that. Tune in then, and see everybody very soon. Take care, and bye.